Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, August the 21st. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. As always, going to get a quick sound check, please. Okay. Yeah, Larissa, it is a 1 for 10 reverse split effective today for that KTOV. And I guess our provider picked that up. A lot of times we'll see like a huge gap up. Or it looks like a huge gap up, but no, it's been adjusted. The float probably has not been adjusted, so that is probably 1.8 million now on the float for KTOV. Hi, Goods, you're early this morning. So guys, I am in this this short of CLBS at 250. 250 will get me out. I'll basically get out flat if it gets back up to 250. Just want to see all these topping tails lead me to suspect that it's going to drop, but if it doesn't, you know, I'll just get right out where I shorted it at 250. So what else has happened? Well, finally, I shouldn't say finally, but that GRWG, this might be the day. Might be the day that it finally really gives it up, though yesterday I kind of thought it would be, but it didn't. Well, it sort of did. I mean, it was very, I mean, it got down to 1780 and then it popped right back up to 2113 and then it closed down here. So a very choppy day for a GRWG. And GIVO, boy, I looked at that after hours and said, man, why didn't I hold it after hours or get in? And then, of course, they announced, not of course, but they announced the financing. Right. Well, it was late. I think it was around 11:30 last night. I want to say Eastern time, but anyway, so they've done a financing and it's at $1.30, so it's a little bit above the financing price, and that's for GEVO, 38 million. I think they've raised about $50 million, 38 million shares at $1.30. Shill, SHLL, on the move here. Really on the move here. Is SHLL up 7%. Pretty good volume. One of these SPACs. Clearing this area right here now. Foot Locker. Foot Locker is one of the few earnings plays that have any prominence, FL. Prominence in that people know about them. So Foot Locker is a nice earnings play. Nice gap up here. Big gap up here. Has room still. BKE, another earnings play that is gapped up on earnings. Another look at this gap. I mean, it's a tremendous gap right now on that weekly chart. So there are a couple, Foot Locker and BKE. GAN. GAN has really gapped down, 15% gap down for GAN, G-A-N. Big gap down for it. And it's through the, well, no, that's not correct. It hasn't been around for 200 days, so there's no 200-day moving average yet, but big gap down for GAN. AYRO. Kind of holding. Had a big gap up to about $4. It's pulled back to about $3.50 right now. Some announcement about a zero emission car that they have sold. First one, I think. Initial order. Let me just read this. Initial order from Club Car for 9 Club Car 411 electric vehicles to serve the military medical campus. So, little order for AYRO. SLGG. It's still holding. Another gaming stock. Yeah, it's pulled back quite a bit though. 274 down to 243. These are big percentage pullbacks, but it is still up 8%. But you know, a lot of volume, low float. And yes, the KTOV. This is a reverse split effective today, a 1 for 10 for reverse split effective today. Still kind of waiting on that CLBS. Again, 250 will get me out, basically flat. I'm short. Not very many shorts available now, only 18,000. Yeah, the SPACs have been kind of, what's the other one? Graph? SPACs have kind of been, except for the odd one, kind of been kind of quiet after that, you know, that flurry we had back here. Yeah, I did see the shift Pixie. I just sort of never find that it trades very well, but you know what? I mean, it's a nice gap. I mean, it is a nice gap after yesterday. Being, I mean, look at the downtrend, 1, 2, 3, 4 days down, big, all the way down to 332. So this is a gap up for Pixie. I just don't, yeah, you're right. I mean, to relocate California headquarters to Miami, it can't be the news. I mean, that was yesterday. Can't be the big news for it. Okay, there we go. CLBS. Now it's starting to capitulate a little bit. CLBS. It's a little bit choppy. I've just taken some off at 238. $238 from 250. The CLBS. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, if you're looking at it today, it's just daily. Oh, I've been trading the pre-market now for a little while. All these little crazy little bios have been short. I've been able to short some. All right, let me get some of the upgrades in. Uber upgraded. Some kind of an agreement with California on their, I guess, workers status. I see L has a couple of upgrades, Morgan Stanley and D.A. Davidson. A couple of upgrades for L. Let's take a look at L once I get the last one of these upgrades in, see what's happening with L. Yeah, so no expensive stock, but yeah, if you're into it, a couple of upgrades for L. Yeah, Pixie's romping right now, guys. And this is shortable. I think it's shortable. Yeah, it is short. No, it is not short. I think it was shortable just a little bit ago. Maybe the shorts have dried up. Okay, I'll get the down. Not too many downgrades this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So again, when you ask about is it daily or cumulative? So it depends what you're looking at, obviously. I mean, I don't know what you're looking at exactly, the win percentage. I mean, if you're talking about the strategies that made the cut today, that's based over the last, well, they probably back tested over the last 90 days. Morning, Mike. Okay, just waiting to see if the CLBS can really start to maybe get back down to, well, the high 220s, maybe the low 230s, and that'll cover. Yeah, so I mean, the strategies are back tested over, usually it's 90 days, so that is the win percentage over the last 90 days for that strategy. Still do not see any news for Shift Pixie other than, I mean, a corporate relocation to Miami. That cannot be the reason why the stock is gapping like it is. What are you doing looking at these 33-cent stocks goods? Got a lot of work to get through all this. Well, this is a huge gap. I mean, guys, look what's happening over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days for Shift Pixie. I mean, just a big downtrend, huge downtrend. Biggest candle was yesterday. Taking all this out now. Do not see any news for it. It's kind of shrugging off the financing. The financing was done at $1.30. And I think they announced it way late. They didn't even announce it after hours yesterday. They announced it, I think I saw around 11:30 or something. Eastern time, might have been. Might be wrong, but whatever. I mean, they've taking advantage. Remember, their stock was 58 cents yesterday before it, the day before. Not yesterday, but on Wednesday. just want to check some of my price alerts. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention MTP. It was right at the top of my list. Some warrants were exercised at around $2, and that's MTP. Not shortable for me. No, you cannot get the layout. What I do is I share individual scans, and you kind of pick and choose. Okay, so if you click on the scans tab, they're all here, and then, or you can click on the Room Drive icon in scans that I share, download. That will go to a Word document, and then you can, again, pick and choose what scans you want. The only scan that is not, or the only windows that are not in there are these three. I'll get rid of these right now anyway. These three windows here. The watch list up, down, and repeating. You can only get these from my channel. Click on new, channel, oops, not the welcome screen. Click on new, channel bar, and then Barry's watch list. Mr. Mike, welcome. So again, so you have to click on Barry's watch list. That'll get you these three, but remember everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced. SPY is on the move here, guys. SPY is on the move. It's coming right back. Look like we're going to have a bit of a negative open, but we may not now. SPY is making a little surge before the market opens. I just didn't have the guts to put a short on this one, a swing short. I mean, this still may pop. I mean, this is very wild, GRWG. Audio is gone. Well, let's see. You guys can hear me? Yeah, so it's, if you can't, I guess I better put this in. If you can't hear me, do a refresh. Here's the refresh right there. Continues to move down, GRWG. Guys, I'm out of the CLBS. Looks like it's trying a couple of bottoming tails now, so I'm all out of the CLBS. So 250 covered at 238 and 240. Nothing fantastic. I was hoping it would actually get down. Actually, I was hoping it would get down to about 220. 250 to 220 would have been a great percentage move. Might do it later, but I'm not interested now. Yeah, somebody asked me my thoughts on OGen. Well, I mean, look, it's got a lot of resistance, not that far away. You know, I mean, it's It's a lot of volume right now, yes. I'm just not too interested in a stock like this when it's got a lot of resistance about at 120 or so. I don't know if it has any specific news today. So those are my thoughts. So he was talking about the 20 SMA. I'm surprised because normally Steve likes the 10 SMA on the pullback mic, but okay, give me one moment, please. I do not have that GAN is an earnings play. Earnings scheduled for August 20th. I do see that, but I don't see that it was. I don't see anything about it though, other than I don't see the actual release. It just says it was scheduled for August the 20th, but I don't see any. I don't see any news about it other than that. Well, so Chris, I mean, we have some option filters. I got to be quick because the market's going to open soon. We have some option filters. We don't, we don't scan for options as such. We have option filters that can help people who are interested, I suppose, in playing options, looking at stocks that have abnormal option activity. That's the extent of it. I can't tell you how well that works. I don't play options. Some in the room might shed some light on it. So I mean, the AI doesn't look at options at all. Okay, so the only thing we do, again, we have option filters, so you can zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally regarding options. But other than that, whether that is going to help you actually trade the option in the stock, I don't know. Okay, so Satya, if you didn't hear me, I don't share the entire layout. What I do is I share individual scans right here. You can pick and choose which ones you want, or click on that Room Drive icon, and scans that I share download goes to a Word document. And then you again pick and choose which ones you want. The only one that does the only scans these scans are not available though. There you have to get them from my channel, new channel bar, and then Barry's watch list. And again, remember everything here is a layout. You're going to have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. And the market's going to open in now. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Nothing will populate here until at least 15 minutes. are you talking about to the AI pre-market and after hours? No, I doubt very much they'll ever do that. But I'm not. Other than that, I mean, obviously we have pre-market and after hours. So you're talking about the AI working in the pre-market. And there goes Shill. So there's the pre-market high for Shill. Now I typically sit out that first 15 minutes anyway, let things sort of settle down. Yeah, I doubt very much they'll do that for the pre-market. Not enough data. I doubt. I almost guarantee they'll never do it for the pre-market. The regular market can be whippy enough. The pre-market can be even whippier. So I just don't think they'll do it, Jefferson. All right, there's Ballard on the move a little bit. I saw Plug was a little bit weak this morning. So this is what I was afraid of. That's why I didn't hop into a short right here. So there's the GRWG now popping. Lots of volume. A lot of volume. Look at that volume. It's only 27 million in the float. Maybe I got a little jumpy on the CLBS. It looks like it is now going to take out the lows. I'm not in this one anymore. Yeah, Gevo, you're right. Strong rebound off the 130 financing. Fleur trying to figure out, not Fleur, Foot Locker trying to figure out which direction it wants to go. Topping tail, bottoming tail. And it looks like right now, as we speak, it looks like it wants to drop, but again, it's early. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, the wild action you get. Now that was the last 5 minutes of the pre-market, but look at that. Looked like it was, but look at this move for GAN now. But look at that red candle. Looked like it was going to utterly collapse, and now look at this. Once the market opened. Yeah, it did get to the billion. I remember when I was talking about that, it was about 800 million, and I was thinking, wow, this could get to a billion. I think there was about an hour left in the market. A billion shares. You know, there's no volume yet for Lumber Liquidators, LL, but you might want to keep an eye on it if it takes out 27.51. And there's Pixie. Not sure what you mean by that, Joanne. Buy and sell signals for 5-minute trades. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. If you're all right, so when you see a buy, that if you see a buy and a sell on a daily chart, those are just previous AI alerts, okay? So no, you're not going to get like a little buy and then a sell in a 5-minute chart. Yeah, BKE guys, over 20 now. And again, through that 200-day moving average and gapping way up, BKE. All right, what is this market doing? So the market is mildly negative. Well, Pixie is sort of nonstop right now on no news that I can see. No specific news for Pixie. Okay, one moment, please. Shoot, there was a stock I was just looking at. Now I can't find it. It was just under $20. So Foot Locker is looking weaker, guys, as opposed to continuing the strong trend it had in the pre-market. Why can't you see Shill on the up gappers? I have no idea. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what filters are in place. You're not talking about anything that I have, right? There you go. I knew there's always a reason. All right, Uber is melting. Yeah, it'll be very tough to trade in the first 15 minutes, guys. You know, you see a lot of, I mean, look at Uber at the very beginning. Looked like it was going to rock, and now look at it. I mean, there's so many charts that will look like this. All right, keep an eye on the CRDF, okay? This was an AI alert yesterday. Didn't really, I mean, it was okay. Well, no, it wasn't. I mean, it basically got out flat. Did hit a high yesterday of 750. From the AI alert, it really didn't move. Not very much volume yet, but let's see if the volume picks up. 17 million shares in the float. CNK, look at this big move here for CNK. Look at the volume that has come in. So Lex continuing the strong, sure I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, all the strong China plays from yesterday. The financials. So I mean, look at Lex. I mean, if it takes out, I know William is short, but if it takes out 926, you can just sort of see the room it has. The 200-day is far enough away. QFIN looks a lot like Lex, guys, when you look at the charts in terms of a takeout area and then a gap, potential gap fill. QFIN and Lex look very much the same. I'm going to stick an alert for around 1421. Another China fin. Ah, you know, I was almost set to short that Cinemark, but I didn't do it. CNK. All right, resorts. MGM on the move here. MGM on the move. Probably LVS is doing the same sort of thing. Not quite as dramatic as MGM. MOBL, did somebody say they were short that? MOBL looks like it's, when looking left on the daily chart, 732 is the next high looking left. And the SPY is, yeah, it just popped green just barely. Morning, Hugh. So BZUN, I know Real was talking about that one, or maybe focusing on that one early. This is another, this is an earnings play also, BZUN. Can't answer that, Hugh, I don't know. Well, you're open. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take a look and see what happens on mine. When I get in a couple, see if that happens for me. I mean, obviously the open should be different from the close. I mean, you know that, but all right. So this AYRO was shortable too. Uh, yeah, this is one I got up a little late this morning. This is one that has just basically from $4 all the way down to $3.39 now. Tesla still over $2,000. Again, guys, look how whippy this is. I mean, look at GRWG. Look how it popped, and now it's just dropping. Man. All right, you're making me look. Well, I thought it was going to be $1. Hugh, I honestly don't know. I really don't know. I'll have to look to see what happens with mine when I take a simulated trade to see if the same thing happens. Can't tell you that. Yeah, YRCW, another relatively low float, 30 million in the float. So there is an AI alert just way out of the price range that I like to trade, the AI. So, but there is one AI alert right now. Make my trip, MMYT. Look at this pop getting, you know, $15 could be a tough, well, it just went through 15. Actually, it's an earnings play. Really nothing happening pre-market for it. But it is an earnings play, MMYT. No, it's supposed to do that. We had too many people coming into the stocks only and just chatting, not realizing that they want to be off, they should be off topic. So that's why it happens. Wow, YRCW. Is there news on this one? Well, this still has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying it has room to 7 on the monthly chart. No kidding. I'm jealous of you guys who just follow this throughout. I mean, I was just so disappointed in this downturn for RKT. But congratulations. I mean, you're getting even close to the high. So Walter, you're in the YouTube feed. There is another room. It's not. No, it's called the it's a software program, Pro Traders Room. Okay, and this is the room here. If you want to join that room also, not also, or I should call it instead. Just a little more active, a lot more traders in there, and I can share scans a lot more easily in that room. Well, nice call. Nice call on the HJLI, I gotta admit. No doubt. There's through the 200-day. You know, when it was sitting down here, I thought, okay. But I figured it would really have a tough time getting through all this. But you obviously knew better than I did, Goods. And obviously a tremendous percentage increase. MMYT guys, real, did you take it? I gotta ask, did you take the short of MMYT? All right, Bloom Energy, BE. Both of my namesakes are active today. We've got BE and we've got BKE. BKE, okay, now BKE is settled down a little bit through the 200-day moving average. Earnings play. So let's see if it can take out that high, 2077. My watch list is not very active yet. No, nothing triggering yet. Well, the market has put in an almost 2-hour recovery. Another 4 minutes for this candle to close. So there's where it started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. An hour and 45 minutes. Wow, look at PGEN, just a complete rip here on the 5-minute chart. PGEN, and I'm sure this is not a, I doubt this is an IPO. I think this is just a simple name change. Regardless, it looks, I mean, it's taking out that high right there. PGEN, the high was 587. Didn't see this at all on the pre-market. Really no action at all. It doesn't, it's 4 times normal trading at 377,000, so it doesn't trade that much. Wow, look at INVA. Wow. Again, no action pre-market at all. No inkling that this was going to happen. INVA. Well, guys, I asked Real. I don't know if he can hear me. I wanted to know if he shorted MMYT. This is, I'm doing some of the things on my own, but I was probably see why the MMYT, and also to do with the channel, bunch of stuff happening. All right, guys, I am now interested in the one that starts with the letter P from the AI. Just be careful on it. Just be careful on it. I'm talking about the one from the letter P from the AI. Yeah, right, Terps. Well, and that one, that is a long. But you know what? You're absolutely right, though. I mean, I'm changing a lot of what I'm doing, trying to short these tops. I mean, the MMYT was an obvious. I don't mean obvious short, but I mean, don't mean nothing is obvious. Well, it's completely up to you, Hugh. I mean, you have to have a trading. You have to have a stop, of course, and if you're swing trading, I mean, the theory being that you should be trying to get at least a 1 to 2 in risk reward. Okay, so if your stop is $1 away, then you should be looking at something that can give you at least $2 based on the chart. After that, I mean, it's up to you to manage the trade. Well, that's a difficult question. I mean, obviously, for me, I mean, everybody's different, but I mean, for me, I mean, if I'm going to swing something, it has to have a lot of room on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. Okay, so if a stock is moving and it's breaking out of an area, and then you look left on a daily, weekly, and monthly, and it has room to still move, then that. But I'm not a big swing trader. All right, so probably the wrong person to ask. But if I were a bigger swing trader, that is what I'd be looking for all the time. Okay, so for instance, you asked, now again, this is the Interactive Brokers channel, okay, the SDC channel. So you see what it did for this is YRCW. This is the sort of thing I look at. Now I understand Real is going to say this is not the right. I'm following it, and to a certain extent, it seems to be giving me looks that I want anyway, even if it's not exactly the same as the Thinkorswim charts. But this is the sort of thing that I look at. A top, a breakthrough, and then a breakdown underneath. And then, now the only issue with this one is that there's the mean. It doesn't have a lot of room to get to the mean. I mean, if the theory is that a stock could revert to the mean, okay, doesn't have a lot of room. Doesn't mean I won't take it or haven't taken it, but it doesn't have a lot of room. So, I mean, I'd rather see, on a $5, 5.60, I'd rather see it, maybe 5.30, 30 cents, because then that gives a nice percentage move. Yeah, if you're talking about, yeah, add target order, or you mean add target. Yeah, I don't have anything. You know what? Let me take a trade. Yes, it's a profit, but you don't have to follow it. I mean, that's what you're doing, right? You're adding it in there, and you can and the line will appear right on the chart. Of course, you can move that line up and down, right on the chart. Guys, letter P. Obviously, I mean, you guys must know it's. I mean, the AI's got. I'll show it now, right there, 490, 532 for Shift Pixie. Another nice percentage move. So even if you thought, well, it's way, way too late, you know, based on this move here, now where can this go? So when I'm looking at Pixie, there's the high looking left. Looks like that's around 540, and that's where it popped into. So I've taken some off. You just have to look at the charts, guys. I mean, it could pop right through this, but you know, you have to look at the charts and try to figure out, okay, could it stall there? It may not. I've taken some off though. Now it looks like it is going to pop through. The next high looking left is, looks like around 550, 560. At least Jivo had some news yesterday. This cannot be the reason relocating their California headquarters to Miami. I mean, all right, so this one now is not the all-time high, but it looks like it when you look at a chart, PGEN. Well, maybe Frank. I mean, but they did release that news yesterday. That this is not the news today. This was yesterday's news. 8:20 at 9 o'clock. So today's the 21st. Yes. When Holly goes yellow, you mean when it flashes? No, that's it. That is just a. You're talking about here when you see it going yellow. Two reasons. I mean, it means that it's a new alert, or if it gets out of a trade, it's going to flash at you. That's all. Well, guys, we've got two huge winners in a row now, daily winners, the Jivo and the Pixie, in terms of percentage moves from the AI. Jivo, of course, yesterday was ridiculous. You notice that the AI did exit on an algorithm. Now, it may have been No, there's no way it's a whole time got out. But so an algorithm got out doesn't mean you have to be out of the Pixie. No, the market doesn't. AI doesn't work in the pre-market at all. The alert from was at 490. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it already had run some, but the filters weren't met at this point for it to trigger, and it triggered at 490. Still a great move, and who knows where it's going today. Oop. Just a minute, please. The AI does nothing in the pre-market. Next on the list, Fluidigm. Look at this move for Fluidigm, FLDM. Looking left on that daily chart, we have 926 as the high, and the weekly chart, the same thing. This takes this out. Look at the room it's got. My goodness. Where is Pixie going? Now, you know, the other one that has moved pretty nicely with the letter A, take a look at the daily and the weekly chart, guys. There is approaching some resistance if you're in it. Well, if you look at a weekly chart, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, you would have thought this would have been some resistance, or this, or this, or this, or this. Hard to know now. I mean, the high right there is 575 on the weekly chart. But that high right there was 540 and it didn't stop it. So hard to know. You know, you think 6. You think that 6 might be the next big stumbling block, but this is on a mission today. I was interested in the one that started with the letter T, but the spread was not good. Did not like the spread. So you look at the Pixie, I mean, the spread is, you know, 2 cents, 3 cents, even though it's moving so quickly. Fami, this is the link for the other room. It's a free room. It doesn't matter what level. Well, you don't even have to be a subscriber to be in the room. Wow. So that's why I'm saying. I mean, you know, it's hard to know where there's going to be any resistance for this. The only resistance right now is really people finally starting to take profit. I don't mean now they're taking, but I mean at some point. but you can almost throw the charts out. Well, I've taken some more out in case it doesn't get through 6. That's just me though. So if you look at what the AI did, the AI got out at 537. On the little pullback. Now, doesn't mean you didn't have to get out some if you wanted to, but I mean you'd be missing all this move. Everybody who wants to completely automate the AI, you're missing the boat, in my opinion. The AI is a great watch list for the day. You can trade around it sometimes. What if we got a pullback here and it rested, then it popped again, as an example. But I think the best use of the AI, if you did want to take the auto on the entries, maybe, but manage the exits on your own. Okay, so these are my levels for Pixie. I'm going to do my video. So I don't have that much left, but enough that if it if it does something really crazy again. Yeah, there's no shorts available. Not for me anyway. Not at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. I mean, you got to almost throw the charts out on something like that. This is just a completely irrational, emotional move. To me, it makes no sense, but you know what? Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter what you think. It's what the market thinks. Right now, the market thinks, what a wonderful buy. About 8 to 10 seconds, Danny, or Danon. 8 to 10 seconds, not 30 seconds, no. It'll sprinkle a little pixie dust on this one. Let's see how much more. I mean, there's the next high looking left, around 634 on the weekly chart. Even Michaels is doing something here. This has been on my watch list for a little while. MIK. It's hard to concentrate on these, these ones that are only up 7% when you've got something that's up 26%. In the AI, it's up way more than that. 79% from the market open, but Meanwhile, GRWG is continuing now after that little pop when the market opened. Looked like, okay, maybe it's going to recover again. Now it really looks like it's going to give up. I mean, it's now below the low of 1, 2, 3 days ago. Even this one, hate this one. GNUS, Genius Brands, News, is even having a little pop. Didn't say hate, but yeah, I only brought it up because it came up on a scan. Meanwhile, wow, no kidding on the rocket, fantastic. Really, if that was you, Jefferson, that's fantastic. It's just strange this trading action right here. Just very, very strange. But man, new high now. This was its IPO right here. But I guess with the Holmes report coming out today, I guess that's obviously helping. Shoot, I'm not in this one anymore. I had that alert set for CLBS. Boy, look at these topping tails for MMYT. No, lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers. 3.6 million shorts available for RKT. Those shorts were available maybe not the next day, but I think maybe the second day after the IPO. Okay, so for instance, on the Pixie, you know, if it gets back over 6 again, you could get traders enthusiastic about it again. So I'm just going to stick an alert. I'm completely out of it now, but this could be a setup again if it gets over 6. Okay, PGN for me anyway is at the top of that 15-minute channel. Just poking its head above it. But it has no resistance. That's the only issue. It has no resistance. Kind of tough to commit to a short right now with no resistance whatsoever. No clue where it could stop. Cinemark. I remember I was talking about that one. I took my eye off it. I wanted to short this one just under 13. Look at this, CNK. Yeah, so you don't see my Interactive Brokers is on another screen. So when I'm taking trades, yes, I'm not taking trades in here. It's almost 10:30. I am going to go over Brokerage Plus and talk about the simulated trading. I haven't taken any in the simulator. So when I'm taking trades, it's on my other monitor with my Interactive Brokers account. I don't talk the trades that I'm taking from the AI. I will talk about after the fact. It's just not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service if I'm just going to display those trades. So what I do is I'll say something like what I did. Very interested in the AI trade that starts with the letter P. It was the only one. It was right there at 490. I didn't take it at 490. I waited for the 5 break. But I'm not going to, I'm just not, it's just not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service if I'm going to basically alert the AI trades as they happen. The only one I sort of hinted at taking, again, this is all to do with these channel breaks, which is, unfortunately we don't, I'm hoping that maybe our charts down the road, but, no guarantees. But this MMYT, this was a channel, an SDC channel break from my IB chart, it was way up there, and I saw it well, actually, I'm sorry, it was on the 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart that I saw this. So there's the channel break right there. And it came back down through the channel. And that's when I took the short. Again, this is an Interactive Brokers chart. And this is something that I'm very new at. So for instance, I am interested in the one that starts with the letter M, but only if it takes out that whole number. There's only one, there's only one from the AI that starts with the letter M, but only if it takes out the whole number. Now, you don't have to do that. Whoa. So you were alerting me on this BFRA as a short. Yeah, I saw you talking about it, but just so much going on. 10:30, guys. All right. What a morning. Um, First of all, welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday. I'm open between 9 and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And if you don't have a Trade Ideas subscription, it doesn't matter. This is a free room. If you do have a Trade Ideas subscription, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab right there, here are all the scans that I am sharing. Also, if you click, or you can click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. Also, the links that I'm going to talk about, you can download the links. But all this will go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at the scans at your leisure and pick and choose which ones you might want. So, for instance, if you wanted my basic new highs and lows, so once it's on your screen, you can always go into the configuration and see what filters I'm using. You can make adjustments. You may have a different idea about the stock price range you want, maybe a volume. Of course, you can make adjustments. You don't have to. Once you've done that, either after making adjustments or not making adjustments, make sure you save the window to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Save individual windows to the cloud, okay? I'm going to talk about the links and specifically about a subscription to Trade Ideas. All right, so there is a subscription link right there, but you can also go to my homepage. Now, first of all, there is the promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on my homepage link, though, there's a lot of other links on my homepage link, a lot of other information on there other than just a subscription. But here is a subscription link right there, Get Trade Ideas. Well, let's take a look at what Trade Ideas, how much it costs. Scroll right to the bottom. Okay, so we have a premium. We have basically 4 plans. We have the premium annual and the standard annual. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year, minus the 15%. If you're wanting to get the premium, it's because there are other differences, but it's basically because you want to see the AI in action. Okay, that's the reason you're getting premium. Our standard plan is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. Click on here and then it'll get you the monthly rates. You can always just try us out for a month, $118 less the 15% standard, or the $228 less the 15%. These are not contracts, just month to month. Okay, but here are all the... Is it easy to upgrade? Yes. All you have to do is just contact us and we'll upgrade you, Chris. We talk about the other links within my homepage. So, Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video. It's a kind of a recap of what's happened in the room. I do it usually between about 1:05 and 1:20. You can sign up for all of our webinars right here. We have our webinars Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived. Lots of education right here, big education link. And this is a very good one. 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're new to Trade Ideas, heartily recommend it. You take a look at this one. It talks about what is a top list, building a top list, an alert window. Even if you don't have our program, it'd be worth taking a look just to see some of the basic features and how you can create your own scans. So again, my homepage has a lot of good links on it. Yeah, you can take your time, Chris. I mean, there's no rush to upgrade. You know, you have to has to be the right time for you to do it. Well, I'm glad I didn't remember I was talking about the PGEN, that it was over the channel, but with a stock that has no resistance on a chart, you never know what could happen. All right, now I do want to talk about the AI and what happens. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies that get optimized every evening once the market closes. So once the market closes today, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for the 50 strategies. That's what happened last night. Oh, quite a few strategies made the cut. Interesting. These are all the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut meaning they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. It's a lot of strategies that made the cut, and we really don't have that many that were alerted, which is okay. Now, this is how I would suggest you use the AI in terms of watching it. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then where it says, sorry, up here, AI/Holly strategy trades window. So there were two of them, but the strategy trades window, okay? When you load that, this is what you'll get. This is your window. And what I would do is I would just incorporate that window as part of your layout that you use every day. So you don't have to load it every morning. You just load it in the morning and then wait for the alerts to happen. There's a real-time entry price, and then there's a stop price. And as I say, I would just manage the trades as you see fit. People ask, is there a video on how to use it? No. I mean, there are all sorts of different ways to use the AI. I mean, I use it in a certain way. I only like looking at stocks that are under 20, but that's me. You know, and I use it as a watch list for the day. Sometimes, you know, I might miss an alert, miss getting in, but it can set up later. So it's a watch list. But there's no right or wrong way to use, did I say wrong? There's no right or wrong way to use the AI. And there's really no way to have a video on how to use it because, you know, honestly, it's really up to you. The only thing I suggest is you have this window and track the trades all day long. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. First, to load this Brokerage Plus window, you click on New and Brokerage, where are you? Brokerage Plus. And this window will pop up. Now, there are two ways to use Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this. You can then trade from within Trade Ideas. You link to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can trade from within using this module. You can trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Now I'm going to, a minute here. I'm going to ask, no. So I just want to pop this link into the room because this was a video that was done by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He is absolutely our IB/Brokerage Plus expert. So he created this video. It has got virtually all the information you need to know about using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers to trade your account. You know, how you can have your own strategies loaded, how you can create what we call one-click buying or shorting. Okay, it's all in that video. So What I demonstrate though all day long is the simulator. So I say this many times. I haven't said it once today, but I'll probably say it about 10 times later on. If you are new to trading, please, 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 before you commit your money to the market, practice. Practice trading. And we have a simulator here, paper trader, simulator, whatever you want to call it. Uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. You don't even need a brokerage account. It's using our real-time data. So you can practice trading. I'm going to show you how you can do this. First of all, you just connect, check, trade idea simulated trading, okay? And then to get started, look at Kirk. Yeah, Kirk took out that high of 2 days ago now. So if I wanted to take a trade, and if I wanted to take Kirk, I'm just going to, just as a demo. So you notice when I clicked on the symbol, the alert, the symbol showed up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting the stock, I can sell it. And if I'm buying it to go long, I obviously buy it. Let's go counter for fun. Oh, wait a minute. Let's take this one just for fun. There's a lot of room in this one, BPTH. Let's take a couple of hundred shares. Oh, wow. Look at that thing go, guys. I'm just going to take it. This could get halted. Holy smokes, look at the volume that came in. And it got halted. Right there, got halted. BPTH. Oh boy, now, I know I was going to take this trade as, now you can't take it now. I mean, well, I shouldn't say anything. So it got halted at 540. Now I'm just looking to see how it's stacking up, the bid ask. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is my time and sales and Interactive Brokers. You kind of can get a clue of where it may open. It's not 100%, but you can see what's happening right there. If you're wondering why a stock gets halted, it's what's called a volatility halt. It's just math. Computer, of course, scans stocks all day long, and if a stock does something like this, moves too quickly in a short period of time, then it gets halted because of volatility. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:48 plus 24 seconds. This is one of the scans that I am sharing. The halts resumes. How do you receive the alerts now? Are you talking about the AI alerts? Okay, so the quickest way to do it is go to the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? And when you do that, this is you'll see the alerts that have happened today. Okay? You can put a sound alert on if you know how to create the sound alerts. If you've done it in your other alert windows, create a sound alert so you won't miss one. And then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay, so you probably have a layout. Just add this to your layout, save. So you don't have to do it every morning. So I was just in the process of taking this trade. Would have been awesome. Okay, let's understanding. I'm just doing this, okay, just for demo purposes. Let's short this one. I know a lot of people don't want to short. I mean, first of all, is it available? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's how it happened. The scans, Probably the easiest way is up here, the room drive icon. Okay, hopefully you can see that. I'm hovering over it, and then click on scans that I share or download. Okay. And one of them is the hot resumes. Okay, so I just put a short in here. Now you can put a stop in. You should always have a stop, of course. So let's just put a stop at the high of the day. Okay, I'm looking right there, 9:06. So I can add a stop order, 9:06. Remember, this is a short, so it's going to be above the price. And you'll see it'll appear right on the chart. Come on. There it is. So there it is. It appeared right on the chart. I can put a target if I want. Add target order. Let's put 8. Again, I'm just making this up just to show you how you can do it. Let's put a target order at 850, and that will show up on the chart. Okay, so if I just let this in the simulator, but also, I mean, what I've done, you can do this while using your Interactive Brokers account to trade your live account. So if I just allow this to run in auto fashion, so if the stock got up to 906, I'd be out $44. If the stock got down to 85 and I didn't make any changes, I'd make 68. So these are, though, you can move these right on the chart wherever you want. So you can use this like a trailing stop. You know, if the short really started to work well, you could start moving this down on the chart. Again, if it started to work well and it was approaching your target, you don't have to get out. You can start to move this up and down. So it's very highly visual using the chart. Of course, you can just do it very manually. Say I wanted to sell or cover 50 shares right now. I would just type in 50, and I would cover. If I want to get out of the entire trade, I just flatten. If I want to get out of half, or I could double my trade. These are hotkeys. Let's take this long. Let's take this long EBR. I'm going to go in at the market. I can go in at the market because it's only a penny spread. Okay? People ask, do I take market orders? Yeah, I'll take a market order if it's a penny spread. But if that spread had been like 623, 635, well, first of all, I probably wouldn't have taken the trade at all. But a lot of times, so you can pick, if the spread is a little bit, maybe if that had been a nickel, I could have gone in at 627 as an example. Let's say the spread was 625, 630. I could have picked to go in at 627. I may not get a fill, but you do have control over that. And now the same thing, I can put a stop. Could add a stop order. Whoops, I'm looking at the chart here, and I see, 610 probably looks like a decent area. If it took that out, I should be out of the trade. So I'll add the stop order. And the same thing, I can add a target. Now again, would I have taken this trade normally? No, because I'm looking at this, could be some resistance right around here at 630. But let's pretend it wasn't there. So let's just put a target. Add a target. I'll put 650. So the same thing on the long side. When you say how do you set the alert for the AI, you mean how do you set a sound alert? Do you know how to set a sound alert in the alert windows? Oh, okay. So right click, actions, then follow these instructions. Click the play sound, set up the sound. You can go text to speech if you want, so call it out. Or you can use a custom sound. Click on that and select the sound. Here are 3 folders we have. Each folder has a series of sound alerts. If you click on one and then open it and then play it, you'll hear what it sounds like. If you like it, just say okay a couple of times, and then it'll get attached. This is the same for an alert window too. Then it gets attached. That sound alert gets attached to the window. So the whole idea, of course, of sound alerts is that when you hear it, and you put different sound alerts on your different windows, when you hear a sound, eventually you'll know exactly which window to look at. And remember, what I would do is, once you've done all that, incorporate it. I mean, I'm assuming you have a layout. If you don't have a layout, well, I mean, you should have a layout. But just incorporate that as part of your layout. So when you file, save, or share to cloud, an entire layout, give it a name, save it. Also, when you exit, save your layout. I would say yes. I mean, probably it's the layout you want to use every day. So now you don't have to do that every day. Meaning loading the AI window. So the Pixie wasn't quite like Jivo yesterday. All right, I'm not getting too many alerts right now. JB, good morning. Give me a moment here, please. Sorry, guys, I'm just following an email. Okay, FXB. Let me just see if I can help you. I'm not understanding exactly. When I click on the AI tab, it opens multiple windows. Okay, first of all, okay, how many monitors do you have at FXB? And are you using the web-based version or the app? The download version. Okay, good. Now, how many monitors do you have? Okay, perfect. That's how many monitors I've got. So we're in simpatico. Okay, so this is what I do, and I think you can do the same thing. Take your toolbar. You can see my screen, right? Okay, so take your toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of whatever monitor you want to designate as your main monitor. Okay, so this is my main monitor. This is the monitor I share with you guys. Arrange all your trade ideas windows as you want them on your main monitor and also on your other two monitors. You know, I've got this on. I've got a lot of other trade ideas windows on other monitors. So put them exactly where you want them. Once you've positioned them exactly where you want them, then click on Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, click on Layouts, and then check Open relative to main window, and then save it. And make sure you save your work afterwards, like save your layout, save everything, okay? When you load trade ideas, when you close down trade ideas and then you load it again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them on all your monitors. It works great. It works great. You know, you don't have to, every morning you don't have to fiddle around with, arranging your monitor or all your windows where you want them. All right, guys. I am just, again, following an email discussion. Oh man, oh man! I know I asked you guys to watch the CRDF earlier on in the day. This was an AI alert from yesterday. and I was, was right around here, just over around the 710, 720 mark. It's putting in a nice little move, CRDF. I just can't follow everything. Here, it's where I've put my stop order. So where I would get stopped out at. So if it went, I'm in at 626. If it went down to 610, you don't have to have it because it'll. But it's just there's the target. Oh, I appreciate that, Magnus. It is a challenge. I'm itching to trade my own account, but it's there are other duties also. So you notice that I allowed this to happen. I wanted to show you how this works. So you see the Fluidigm got taken out. No, that'll be a market price. It has to be. It can't. So when you flatten, you're getting out at the market. That's why you can obviously when you go limit out. You have to then set your how far outside. Just a second here. I'm just looking at EC. Yeah, when you're getting out here, you're getting out at the market. That's why I was saying, when I'm doing these practice trades for you guys, these demo trades, I'm saying, okay, I don't mind. I can go in at the market because the spread's a penny or two. It's not like a horrible spread, so you can go in at the market. But I just wanted to show you again, guys. I had to stop. I had to stop at whenever it was at 9:04 for Fluidigm, and it took me out. So I like to have this. I like to have these two columns: the max P&L, also the distance from the exit price. Okay, should actually have them side by side. I think these are two valuable columns because this is telling you how well you've done on your exits. So, for instance, at one point in the trade, I was up $21. It's nothing fantastic. But I allowed it to turn into a $41 loss, as an example. But at one point, I was up $21. At one point, I was up $7 here. No big deal, obviously. I'm down 8. Okay? Now, the distance from the exit price is very cool. Because let's say you get out and even you make a profit, okay? This will tell you, okay, where has it gone from when you got out? Now, what you want to see, yeah, in this case, it says minus. So, because this is a short, so you are actually 4 cents under where you got out, which is, what in this case, you'd want to see a plus, okay? Typically, you want to see, you'd love to see if you went long something and you got out, then you look at the distance from the exit price and you see a big negative number, you're thinking to yourself, great, I got out at a good time. As opposed to a big positive number. So just for argument's sake, let's say I get out at 626, I flatten it, and then later on in the day, it's up to 726. You'll see distance from exit at $1, which, is not what you want to see. Your exit wasn't great. So I like to see these two columns also. It just gives me a gauge. Oh, Cato. So, okay, what market? Where are you seeing market? Oh, here. Oh, down here. Okay. No, no. This is the market. So I mean, if you wanted, oh, I see. If you wanted to take the trade, you'd be taking the trade going long at 635. That is the market. Okay, as opposed to picking a price. That's what I was saying before. If oops, did I delete my? Just a second. I gotta find it. There you are. That's what I was saying. If the spread is a penny, then you know going at the market is no big deal. But of course, you can pick your price. Well, if it says market, then you are going in at the market. With there's the market price, 635. You want to take this trade right now? You know you got to take it at 635, which is the market. But again, it's not a big deal because like people always say, do you ever go in at market? Well, it really depends on what the spread is. Now, I mean, if I wanted to be really, really picky right now and say, well, I want to get in at 636, then I'd have to go in at limit 636. But if I want to go at market, you're going in at the ask. Is this clear? The market is the ask, okay? Okay. Okay, so Justin, depends what you mean by good scanners for large caps. I mean, any one of the scanners that I have, you can just make an adjustment so that it's large caps, as a filter. Whether you think I know, I mean, it depends what you're looking for. If you want to see large caps that are making new highs with decent volume and all that, I mean, you can take the basic new highs and lows as an example and just add, go down to fundamentals. So market cap, so I add the filter and then I could put whatever market cap, whatever you consider to be a large cap. So it will only look at large cap stocks that are making new highs and lows with other filters in place. Does that make sense? And I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Depends what you mean by a good scanner for, I mean, I think the scanners here, I mean, they're not looking at large caps, but I could easily turn them into if you think that looking for. Yeah, okay, so it's a common question. Looking for stocks that are going to break out and knowing that ahead of time. It's an impossibility, Justin. Unfortunately, there's just no way to know that a stock is going to break out ahead of time. Okay? I mean, I'd love to be able to say, yeah, here's a scan that's going to show you stocks that are going to break out. But before that breakout happens. Okay, JB, well, let me answer SL first. An additional chart. Okay, so you have a chart, SL, then probably the easiest way is just to duplicate it. Right click and duplicate the chart. Okay, so you've duplicated it. Now you can go in and change your time frame. Okay, so just duplicate the chart. Okay, great. So how is the AI done? Well, it had a spectacular one in Pixie early, 590, or sorry, 490, and it got all the way up to 622. So Okay, so Justin, this is something that, I mean, we do have patterns, but I've never used them. So, okay, I don't really know how, I don't know if anybody is using these patterns. We do have, so if you right click on an alert window, configure and search. So if you go to, let's see, a geometric pattern as an example, here are you're talking about triangles, bottoming bottoms, tops, triangles. Here are what we have. How they work in terms of how well they work, I will freely admit I have no idea. I don't know if anybody's using these and to their advantage with other filters. Maybe you can share. Okay, but this is what you can. Okay, so we do have something that you're looking for, but how well it's going to work, I really don't know. So did you get that? How you can find these? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to throw a question out to some of you guys who may have really dove into this sort of technical analysis, and maybe in the off topic. What do you guys consider is the big difference between regression analysis and the standard deviation? Well, yeah, I was able to do, where's the chart? On TradingView, let's see, what was I able to do? I'm going to have to spend more time with it on the weekend and maybe take out a real time. Because well, let's see, actually, let me just click on an alert to see what it's giving me right now. It seems to be pretty much real time. See, I'm just not 100%, I'm just not 100% sure about which one of these studies I should be using, that's all. I mean, this is looking interesting. When you talk, is this what you had, right? When it had the two lines and coloring? Is this what you had? I don't know what these two lines mean. I mean, is like I don't know if this is not standard deviation 1 and 2, I don't think. I don't think. Oh, I see. One is the V, but they both say VWAP. They both say VWAP standard bands, standard, they both say. But that's the only thing I'm confused about. Now, let me show you this one as an example. This is why I'm asking about regression analysis, because these are regression analysis. This is from TradingView, and this was Pixie right here. Okay, and so this would have been a wonderful short. I couldn't short it because there are no shorts available. But breaking that line on regression analysis, this is why I'm asking what the big difference is between a standard deviation channel, and this, we'll call it a regression analysis channel. Because that looks pretty, that looks simple, simple, simple. So that's why I want to dive into it a little bit more, you know, instead of, I mean, if that, because that to me is so simple. I mean, I don't have to do anything. I just, if I can see that all the time, and I'm not saying everything is going to look like that and give trades like that, but that seems so simple. Nothing wrong with this. You know, I mean, I guess if you're thinking that this is the high, or somewhere in between, and then you short it from there, I don't know. Anyway, here we go with Kirk. I should have taken. Remember, I was going to take this Kirk as a part of in the demo, but you know, here's another one. I mean, this lumber liquidator. Look at the week it's had. Look at the breakout week it's had. It's had just a tremendous, tremendous run from the beginning of the pandemic all the way up here. I mean, look, $3, $27. I mean, look at the consolidation down here, even on the daily chart, and then just started to run a little bit choppy here, admittedly, but just continuation. 7 alerts, yes. And I'm missing, you know, I wish I could pay more attention. A great short alert on Lazy Boy, or Lazy Day, sorry. Now, the only thing I would say about that, and it's a big only, it's kind of untradeable. You look at the spread, 1225, 1259. Now it might tighten up or something, but, and I don't know what the spread was at the time of the alert. You know, I don't mind talking about it now because it's, you know, it's way past. But 1297 was the alert. I have no idea what the spread was like, but you know, this is kind of untradeable when you have a spread like that. Well, I read an interesting article about you know, people maybe, you know, based on the pandemic, not wanting, if they can afford it, of course, not wanting to live on top of each other anymore in the downtown core. So housing sales in the suburbs are picking up. I got to admit, I like how clean that looks. No, just a simple 3 lines and that's it. I didn't. This is from somebody at Trade Ideas who I've been talking to. He said it's just under linear regression. started to search for. It's called linear regression channel. So does Interactive Brokers too, and they all have them, but it's just that they give you so many darn options. I don't know, least square, curve, intercept, R squared, slope, moving average. Like, what do you use? I that I haven't put it in. This is something that I was shown, so I haven't used it at all. Well, I'm not. I know what they all kind of mean. But I'm just saying which one to use. Plus engineering, we didn't take a lot of statistics. That's right. I'm a middle. No, what I'm showing Chris is these are charts outside of Trade Ideas. Okay, this is like an Interactive Brokers. Yeah, we do have. I've never used it though. We do have linear regression as filters, but I've never used them. I really am an engineer. Yes, there is. There is a in the fibs auto. Yeah, there is an auto fib. I found it by fluke. Metallurgical engineer. Yeah, we didn't. I took a statistics course, and that was it was a very general statistics course. But in my certainly my discipline, statistics never came into it. One day I'm just going to hold this short. This is a short I took in the pre-market CLBS, and it just now it is gone negative. I'm out of it. I'm out of it completely. Hey guys, we're getting way off topic here. Okay. Yeah, it just calculates. Well, I know, but I mean, I don't want to. But I have to. If I have to start responding, the off-topic and text-wise is a lot different. If I have to start responding via the mic. Aha! I'm going to show this. I will, Rich. Thank you. You too. Just taking a little pause here. I'm just going to search for a bunch of for some perhaps tops. There you go. I like it. I like it. Let's just take a look here. I want to. Just a second. Sorry, guys. I'm just fiddling around with this thing. I've got actually way too many scans now up and running. I'm going to have to pare some down. I'm getting a little overwhelmed. I'm trying to do a lot of different things here, so I'm running into the same issue that a lot of people do. You know, when they start off with trade ideas, you don't want to miss anything. So you have all these scans and you click on alerts all day long and get nothing done. Why isn't this linking? Okay, so this EPR is just basing here. Nice base, actually. I mean, if it ever popped, I'd have to take out this 730. Again, this is in the demo. Not the demo, the paper trading. Look at Jan. Again, active. Okay, one moment, please. Looks like it, yeah. However, what I'd be doing is I'd have that reentry price column up and running because there's a potential reentry at 1403 if it comes back. All right, look at it. Wow, look at this one, guys. CDXC. Look at the volume pop on CDXC. Now this is coming into maybe some resistance, you know, not that far away. Let's see if this holds or we can hammer this down. The only problem I have is that there's pretty good support right around that 550 mark. It would have to get a lot higher for me to get interested in shorting it. All right. Well, there is a little, but I just don't. I just think there's too much support right here for the CDXC. It is shortable for me, but I just think there's a little too much support. It did the same in these two also. Yeah, this is standard deviation, but touched right there. Meanwhile, I saw ALKS was earlier on, just yeah, right around here. I saw it. Now starting to move down again. Where is the support? Maybe around 1640-ish or so. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there on a short, but you know, at least that there is a support area. Broke down through the 200-day moving average earlier, 1812. All right, sorry about that. Um, Not now. I mean, look at this. Is a green bar ignored? Actually, looks more like a short. You know what I'm sort of struggling with because I know most of you, not I shouldn't say most of you, but a lot of you will not short, and you're only looking for a long setup. So I like to be able to. I mean, I've been concentrating so much on shorting these tops or looking at these situations where these stocks are topping out because they're upper end of whatever channel we're using, where be it linear regression or standard deviation, and it just for whatever reason it just seems easier than try to pick the ones that are bouncing off the bottom of those channels. Well, I mean, I could say this though. I mean, this bounced off the bottom of that channel. Right? This is the CRDM. There's the bottom of the channel. It bounced off and it had to run. Now it could be coming down, but exactly. No, I agree. I mean, I'm actually facing that problem, even though IB has usually a pretty decent short inventory. I'm facing the same sort of problem. Looking at stocks that I want to short and I can't. Well, I haven't been using it. You understand? I have not been using it, JP. But it would be the same principle, exactly the same principle. I'm talking with other guys at Trade Ideas, about this whole situation, and just showing that again. So and this guy Michael uses Trading View also. So he just he showed me this. Once I am on my break, I'm going to take a look at it. Well, no, I mean I think it's the same principle. It's exactly the same principle. I mean we've been shorting the tops of these, okay, and then so it's not the middle. I mean we've been shorting the tops, and that's a great short. I mean 840 down to 819, very little upward movement afterwards. Okay, one moment. Harp. Haven't seen Harp for a while. What are you? Harpoon Therapeutics. Boy, this is interesting, but okay, now this could be, is it shortable? It is shortable. Excuse me, look at the 200-day moving average. 1497 is the 200-day moving average. Well, standard, well, again, I haven't really looked because the reason I'm not seeing a lot of the long situations is because most of the alerts I'm clicking on are making new highs of the day. But as an example, okay, Alex is so here's Alex, okay? If it started, getting down to this level here, I mean, there's the bottom of that SDC on the 5 minute. Then maybe it's going to bounce. It's just that virtually all of the alerts that I've been clicking on are stocks making new highs of the day. So of course they're not going to be, they're setting up as potential shorts. So standard deviation can work both ways, or linear regression can work both ways. But obviously, if I'm clicking on stocks making new highs, I mean they're not going to be at the bottom of the channel. Is Pixie done for the day? There was a question. Is Pixie done for the day? Looks pretty done to me. Yeah, IB doesn't have shorts for Jan. That is correct. Most of the strategies, no, 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 no. Yeah, that means that's where it exited. Yes, that is the time that it exited the trade. So you can see that for Pixie, the alert was at 9:50 and it got out of the trade at 10:09 early, because it kept moving pretty significantly after that to the tune of about $1. But yes, that is when the AI got out of the trade. Again, doesn't mean you had to. I'm itching to take my break, guys. I want to try a few things. See, in that particular case, okay. I mean, it was taking because of it was looking at the way it was trading, and it thought, you know what? Let's be prudent and take some like get out of the trade. I mean, it was early, early, early. Still made a profit. The ones that I have an issue with, which you'll see, are the ones that have every strategy, virtually every strategy has a hold time. You can see right there, you see, for instance, all these strategies. Now these are no, these are actually longer. Oh, Michael has made some changes here. I see what he's done. So we've got longer hold times now for a lot of these strategies. A lot of them used to just be 45 minutes, 60 minutes, 100, there's 120, okay, 45. You can see some of them are still short hold times. So my point was always this: is that if you're in a trade and it's still working well, just because the AI gets out of the trade because it's been optimized for a certain hold time, doesn't mean you have to. Of course, if the trade is still working, why would you get out? As an example. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize that it was an AI alert. To be honest, I didn't know that. This showed up here. So you guys can pay way more attention to these things. Remember, I was saying, and look where it got out. I mean, I was saying, I mean, look at. In fact, I was looking to short this one, wasn't I? I had no idea this was an AI alert because of that 200-day moving average. I mean, look what it did. It got right to 14.99. The 200-day is 14.93. So again, as Real always points out, it's an area, but there is these, there is the specific data point for it, and look what it did. It just stopped. Now, it doesn't mean later on it may take it out, but that's why you got to really pay attention to where that 200-day moving average is. Okay. And I was looking to short this, but again, excuses galore, but just doing too many things. 12 o'clock cannot come soon enough for me. I'm itching to try a couple of things when I have my break. And then certainly this weekend, I'm going to try to fine tune a lot of things. I'm going to try to create more short alerts so that we can maybe get some bounces, more bounces. I mean, I concentrate mainly on stocks that are making new highs. I mean, I do have, now let's see, this. Oh, it's driving me crazy, Real. know, I'm just really wanting to really dive into this stuff. I can even give you guys this. This is what Michael, because we do have this linear regression. We do have these linear regression alerts. Okay, so now this is an ETF of some sort. Okay, but there was the alert at 34.40 to short. What did it get down to? Now, this is not shortable for me at IB. It's the big red dot, so that's maybe not a good example. But SSL 830 got down to 818, and EBR is just, well, I mean, it might start to drop. This is. I'll give you guys this. You guys can play around. This is not part of the scans that I'm sharing because this is just something that Michael gave me this morning. And this is all based on hour, and this is on a 15-minute. This is our. Now, I don't know if that meant you were supposed to short it or or as a bounce. I really don't know. But anyway, to me, it looks like this is a short linear regression down. Oh, yeah, of course. There it is. Of course. So this is a short. So we may be able to use our filters, our alerts, our linear regression alerts. You said that yesterday, Bad Bob. I noticed you did say something like that yesterday. Any chance I am Stephen or Steve Wright? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't use anything less than a 5-minute chart. And as I always say, that's just me. That is not a recommendation to do what I do in terms of time frames. It's just what I'm comfortable doing. Okay, so Andy is going to be taking over in the YouTube feed at about 11:57. What time is it? I got 3 minutes. Okay. I have a very insistent cat here. Just give me a second. Where is Goods? Where the heck is that good fellow? Yeah, you. So why didn't you tell me about HJLI? Why didn't you tell me about it? And in case you guys are wondering, he did tell me about it, but I completely and utterly, with disdain, dismissed it. This feels like a Friday, guys. I'm gonna have a little fun Friday afternoon. So much action. I mean, man, if you've got trade ideas, I mean, you have got so many different opportunities. You've got the AI, which let's face it. I mean, yesterday was spectacular in terms of the Givo. Pixie earlier on is every day like that. Of course not. Yesterday was spectacular in terms of a percentage increase for a stock. Haven't seen one like that for a while. What I'm kind of liking about the AI though, over the last I think this week, is the number of alerts we're getting. We're not getting overwhelmed by the number of alerts. So it gives you an opportunity then to really focus on it as using as a watch list. Okay, just a minute, please. I just want to get my announcement into the room that I'll be taking off till about 12:30. And and Andy probably is streaming now, right, Andy? Maybe you can just make an announcement in the YouTube feed. Just say that you're there so I can stop streaming myself. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube feed. So if you want to, you know, that's another thing. You guys want to follow Andy, and that's what we do. The YouTube feed, I moderate between 12 and 9 and 12, and then one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1, and then I resume at 1 to 3. And this is it. I'm just going to give you the link. I'm just waiting for him to show up. The other guys are way more into swing trading than I am, so you can... Okay, Andy says he's streaming. Okay, so I've given you the link for the YouTube feed. Thanks, Andy. I'll stop my stream right now.
See if Barry has let me have it. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Let me know, guys, when you can hear me and see my screen. Aja, how you doing, buddy? All right, guys, welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. Gosh, do so many webinars. It seems like I can't remember what's going on here. Hi, Mike. How you doing? All right, Bill. Good. I guess it's still good morning here where I am. All right, this is the support webinar. If it's your first time here, what this is, it's 1 hour. We take over Barry's live stream for 1 hour to open it up to any Q&A, any questions that you might have about the software, about trading, anything you want to talk about, as long as we keep it clean. And great. Looks like we got a decent crowd to come over, so fire away, guys. If you do have a question, I know I sent a couple people an email to come in here, so hopefully they'll come in here and we can talk about some good stuff here. All right, let's take a look at the market while we wait for questions to come in, and it's really been it's getting that summer feel to it. The end of summer, it's always the slowest period from around the middle of August till after Labor Day, and really about a week after Labor Day. It's just the volume is way down. You don't get a lot of movement a lot of times, and you're seeing it there in the SPYs, and it makes for some tough trading sometimes. That's why you need trade ideas to find the action. Aaron says, hi Aaron, who do I talk about upgrading my standard plan to premium for the AI access? That's great. Here's what you can do. Let me type it in there. Just go to info@trade-ideas.com right there, and just pretty much state in an email what you just stated in the question here, and they will help you. Just tell them what you want to do. Everything will be prorated, so you won't lose any of your credits on your standard. It'll just be pay the difference between the premium and the standard for the till your anniversary date. You're welcome, Aaron. You are welcome. Yeah, they can. There'll be accountants in there who can help you for sure. See, Holly today. Holly Neo is the one I focus on the most. Had a little play here in HARP, a little low floater, only 14 million of them in the float. So be careful if you're in that one, because low floaters can move fast both directions. right, Femi ask, how do you use trade ideas to find swing trade candidates? Very good question. As a matter of fact, I did a webinar yesterday, and let me just pull up, and I will share share it with you if you didn't make the webinar. It's one I call Plenty at the 20. So let's load this one. And what this is, it's a contrarian window. In other words, I'm looking for stocks that are pulling back to the 20 period moving average, and this is a great swing trading candidate because you're playing off other people's emotions, people coughing up their shares to you at what I believe can be great entry points. Let's take a look. We have the Medtronic, I believe. Great example. This Medtronic fired off right here, all right, and right at the 20 period moving average, bled a little bit through, which is not unusual to try to squeeze out maybe some people that were using the 20 period as their stop. Really liking this trade, this example right here. Look at the support you have back over here. We can raise it up there if we wanted to at these wicks, and right at its 20-day moving average. So how did I create this? Let's take a look at the configuration real quick. No, this is not available. This is not the AI. This is something I created, Chris. This is an alert I created. So the alert is a new low. So we're not playing momentum. This is a contrarian play. We're buying on weakness. Great example right here in Medtronic. Okay, this is optimized. So basically what we're doing here, okay, the price is between $20 and $165. This EPS is just a hack to filter out any ETFs. It's a nice hack if you guys want to jot that down. Change from 20-day SMA. You can see how I have this bracketed at negative 0.05 and a positive 0.01. This is going to put it right at the 20 period moving average. As you can see right here, your alert went off right when it was hitting the 20 period moving average, which is this red line. I am going to share it with you. It's not available on the software because I just put it, I created it yesterday, but I'm going to share it with you. And it's optimized where it will not, if you're doing some automation, or actually if it won't even come through this alert unless the SPYs are down no more than 2.25, okay, and they can't be up any more than basically 0.5, half a percent. All right, so let's take a look at a great example here. Hey Mike C, how are you? Yeah, this is the scanner. I'm the scanner designer. This is the one we talked about yesterday in the webinar, but watch this. We're going to back test this now, okay? So we're going to back test this. Entry time is between 8:30 and 1 p.m. That's Central Time. So basically the open until whatever it would equate to 1 p.m. Central for you. If you're on the East, it'd be to 2 p.m. Timed exit, we're going to hold it tomorrow plus 3 days, but it's at the open, so it's not going to trade on that third day. Risk management is very simple. It's a percentage, and we do not want to see more than a 3% loss. Okay, so it will get us out on a stop at 3%. This is tested for the full 64 days, so I'm running a full test here. And let's trigger it, and I think you guys are going to be impressed. Walter said that's a really good one. Thank you, Walter. Debbie says, why do you want the SPYs to be up or down just a tad? That's because we optimized it, okay? When we're back testing this, we have the ability to optimize. And what I did is I went into optimization and I used my other filters. You can optimize on any filter set that we have. So what I like to do, change in SPY is a pretty good one. So I optimized it based upon where the SPYs would be at any given time. So in other words, Debbie, and it makes sense, logical. Let's say the SPY is up 2% and something is hitting lows on the day. It's probably some real weakness going on. If it's that going in the opposite direction of the SPYs when the SPY is up big. So it's just the way it's just the way it optimized. So guys, look at this summary here. So this is a profit factor of 4, which is incredible. Total trades is 418 trades over that 64-day period. Winning percentage 63.6 winning percentage, and you have a nice average winner better than 2 to 1. So way better than 2 to 1. So it's a good one. Now keep in mind we've been in a nice bull market as of late. I was talking about in the webinar yesterday, the key is to know, not only know how to build these strategies, but know when to implement them. And let's see if we can get some other examples. But this is a great strategy. As a matter of fact, I gave it to Michael for a potential Holly swing trading strategy. Eventually, we're going to get around to that. We got to build some more back office stuff. But anyway, let's take a look and see if any more trades come through here today. Okay, there you see Medtronic. There's CAG. Yeah, there you have it. Look at this nice little bounce right here. Now you see, once again, you're going to see this a lot, and keep this in mind. A lot of times you can get better feels because when these algos or whatever's causing these things to drive down. In other words, this is a great looking chart. We have let me pull this over here so I can show you. Nice little upward sloping chart here. You can see right there it bounced at the 20 right there, and then again today it bled through, and then now it is bouncing nicely there. Let's see. Grab my pointer. Another one. Look at that one right there. 25.50. Now it's bouncing right there, so not a bad looking chart right there. So this is an example of I believe it was Chris that talked about asking about the swing trade. Let's see. No, it was Femi. All right, so this is a great example of stocks that are. This one kind of bled through more. This is the kind of stuff I really don't want to see, and I tried to assure that I like to see a little more deeper pull off. This has kind of been going sideways. If you look, this price action has been kind of just going sideways here in a channel, and I'd like for it to be, the 20 to be lower, maybe down here somewhere. But you're still going to get these. You can't. It's not bulletproof, that's for sure. And, obviously not all of them are going to work. And there's another one that's still below it, but it looks like it may be getting a bounce here. All right, but there's Morgan Stanley hit yesterday. Look, it did it again right at the open this morning. And it's bouncing. All right, so let me go ahead and share this with you. And then I'll show you where you can find some more, Femi. And plenty at the 20. There you go. You guys have access to that now. I'll put it back on real time. We'll keep an eye on it just in case anything else comes through. And Femi, if you go to, we have a where's my little running man? I always have a hard time finding that. There he is. No, that's Momentum. That's what Trader's Vault. If you go to Trader's Vault, okay, you're going to find that. Let me just go ahead and click in there. You're going to find a bunch of our favorite windows in here. Okay, this bottom row, you want to focus on this bottom row if you're looking for swing trades. All these ones right in here. And what you do if you check one out and you like it, all you got to do, like this bullish candlestick, daily candlestick patterns, a nice little swing trading alert. It's a multi-strategy window. Just size it. Come in here, maybe take off small borders so you can see what kind of window it is. This is a multi-strategy. And then all you got to do is go here down here and just hit save, and you can save it to your cloud. And then that way, when you pull up your default layout, you can just go and retrieve it from your cloud. But that's what I would recommend. This bottom row down here in the Trader's Vault has some really good swing trading alerts in it. All right, let me load my layout back up. You're welcome, Mike. See if I missed anything. Mike says we're all going to be rich. Well, you know what? Obviously, numbers don't lie. Okay, that back test is for real, and it doesn't lie. The key is once again, if you get into a really bearish tape, it's probably not something you want to implement. Just know when you put it into practice. There goes HARP trying to hit another high. See if we can get through this area. Where is that HARP at? Be interested to see if we can get this hitting its 50-period moving average, and it's running into some resistance right here. So if it can get through that, this thing could really, really go. Huge volume. There you go. Steve makes a good point. You can flip it in the bear market. That is look at the HARP. See, when you have this kind of relative volume, I like to tell people there's a much better chance at getting through these areas of resistance because of the volume. And I'm sure Mike's heard this 100 times, but it's worth repeating. It's like volume is like a log floating in a Category 5 rapids. The more volume, it's like a Category 5 rapids, the more chance it's going to just continue pushing that log down the river. Much can be said the same thing about price action. Chris says it is easy to inverse. Yeah, it's easy to invert that, and I'll show you how. Let's see. I don't have it saved in my default layout because I just built it, but let's go ahead and just load it again, and I'll show you what you want to do if you're looking to flip this. You just duplicate your window, okay, and come in here and go to configure. And we have a little flip button down here on the bottom right of your configuration page. Just click on that. Okay, it's going to flip everything. It's showing you the items down here that it's changing. Just click OK. And now you have just the opposite. So this one is bouncing up into its 20. This would be a potential reversal candidate. But boy, I tell you what, you really, before you do something like that, you'd really like to be in a bear market, just because there's not a lot of short strategy that's been working in this market, unfortunately. All right. WC Mix says, can we go back to the calendar and the back test? I would be interested to see if it did not take trades during June 10th. Okay, let's do that. Come on now. Finish it off. Let's go into the calendar. Let's go to June 10th. And we hope we can get back that far. Yeah. Looks like it took 3 out of 6 trades. 1 on 3 out of 6 trades. So it looks like it did take 6 trades on that day. Not sure why you're focusing on that day, but let's take a look. Put up the SPYs, and let's go back to June 10th, which would probably be about that day right there. Well, I can see obviously there were certain points in that day where the SPY was definitely around break even. It was up and down that day, so it makes sense to me that it would have taken trades on that day. Now, actually, let me clarify that. Okay, these are the exits. Okay, so it looks like these are the exit days. Okay, right? You need an entry and an exit before it can be calculated. Okay, and you could have a profit loss. Though, so I'm thinking these were the days that that they exited the trade on. So they would have been taken probably back on this Thursday or maybe this Friday, one of the two. So there's a good chance that on June 10th, if we count tomorrow plus 3 days, that it would be the 16th. Okay, the 16th right here. So there's a good chance maybe no trades were taken on that. I just have to go back and well, let's click and we can see the entry time. See, the entry times on these were the 4th. So let's do the entry times on this day right here, and these were the 9th. So you are correct, WC, you are correct. So this would be the closing trades on any trades that were entered on June 10th. So there were no trades on June 10th. But keep in mind, okay, keep in mind that, remember the configuration? It can't be a down day. It just cannot be down more than 2.25%. Yeah, the SPY filter is really cool. I have found when I optimize on the SPYs, I get some pretty nice little breaks, areas that you can chop off and really improve your back test. Synopsys provided a good opportunity this morning after that really big, huge day after earnings. It sold off hard this morning, providing a little entry for some people. And there goes HARP, continuing to go higher, putting in a little wick right there. That is the highest volume bar of the day. So look at this huge 1 minute and 5-minute volume. 21,000%, which would equate to, I think, 2,000 times normal. Yeah, or is that, let's see, 1,000 is 10 times, so 21, yeah, that'd be 200 times normal 5-minute volume in this bar right here. You can see the average daily volume in this is only 172,000, and today it's doing 1.84 million, and on top of that you kind of got a low float stock right there. So big nice winner there in HARP for Holly Neo today. Yeah, Mick said the back. Boy, I tell you what, back testing is fun. You can really now. I'll say this: it works better for swing trading. It's hard to get. As a matter of fact, I asked a guy to come in here today, and I hope he comes in here because he was trying to back test a momentum, and it's very tough. It's really tough to do day trading. There's so many algos in it. I think for day trading, it's probably best done discretionarily. Um, it's just really hard to get great. We find them, and Holly helps us with her optimization and all of her back testing she does the night before, but it's not easy. Mike C says GameStop, nice move in the last. Yeah, what a nice move. What it is a nice move. Good Lord. See, I'd like to have caught that through that breakout right there. Nice little break. Yeah, no real resistance really until this level right here either. This wick up here. Bet you it goes there before the end of the day. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, that's our back test. The ability to back test through every one of our filter sets is amazing, and you can. I mean, I've had back tests where I mentioned it, last night in the video in the webinar that where I probably done over 50, back tests just on one because you can just keep going down. And also mentioning that you got to be careful. You don't want to see too many filters. Okay, this is not bad at all. I mean, but if you find yourself to where you're continuing to optimize, where you have about a dozen or 15 filters in here, you got to be careful because you'll start to curve fit, and basically you're just creating anomalies that happen that are not going to normally happen in every given market day. So keep it as simple as you can. I like to tell people the least amount of filters you can do and get good results. Things to focus on, obviously, is profit factor. Okay, winning percentage is important, but not as important as your average winner versus average loser. I have, as a matter of fact, I was doing a one-on-one the other day, and the guy had what looked to be an incredible back test. In other words, a nice little slope just like this one, and it looked very powerful. But then I looked down here, and his average winner was 26 cents, and his average loser was 23 cents. And I said, well, look, if you have a little slippage here and there goes all your profits, So what I like to do, even if I only have like 40% winning percentage, if I have like a 3-to-1 average winner versus average loser, I know I'm gonna, do very well with that strategy. So those are key metrics for sure. Uh, you want to keep an eye on your starting equity. Put your starting equity in here and make sure you have enough buying power. Like in this scenario for a swing trade, you would, because no, you wouldn't. Day trading, you get 4-to-1. Most swing trading, you get 2-to-1 buying power. So you want to make sure that you're going to be able to do it. But in all honesty, you're probably going to cut. It's best. What I like to do is maybe use something like this to automate to get me into a trade, and then I manage it from there. So if I see something not working, and it looks like it's going to go down to hit my 3%. If I can cut it for 1.5 or 2%, it's going to save me money, and I can actually get better performance in my back test. Sure, that'd be a good practice, Mick. WC Mick, go ahead and send it. Just drop the cloud link into this chat, and I will pull it up, and we'll see what we can do with it. Do you need to know how to send drop that link in there, Mick? Oh, be careful on this harp. A lot of times, a lot of times these biggest volume bars of the day can be a top. It's kind of like a capitulation buying, and so keep an eye on that. But while we're waiting on Mick, I will tell you in my swing trade, the stock that I have at most exposure in. Uh, I'm excited about this one. I'm not trying to get you to buy it or anything, but this Neo right here, I like the way it's setting up. Uh, Nice little wedge, kind of explosive move, breakout right here, and not giving much of it back, just kind of going sideways and wedging. This is kind of the Chinese Tesla, is what it is. And nice move this morning, pulled some back. This was just me paper trading on top of already. Now I'm in this at an average of about 13.47. So, and we'll stop out if it does break below this monthly low, basically. And it would also be breaking out of this wedge to the bottom. So got high hopes for this one, especially if Tesla keeps motoring higher like it is. This could get exciting. It had earnings the other day, and it's been just kind of in this wedge. So could be an exciting one there. Yes, Mick. The one it triggered GME. Okay, yeah. Do you have the cloud link for that? I can't back test it unless I get a cloud link, so I can pull it up on my screen here, and we can take a look at it. Uh, I didn't get it. Let's see. Did you drop it in this chat, or did you email it to? Did you email it? Yeah, I'm not seeing it in this chat. Am I missing something? Yeah, I will be able to pull it up from this chat if you can just drop the. I wonder if there's some sort of issue. It's not letting you drop links in there. Maybe Steve will know if he's still around. I don't know. It may be some sort of safeguard on this live stream that doesn't allow people to drop links, which would make sense. Barry probably set that up so people couldn't come in and spam. Send it to me. You send it to info and send it to info at trade-ideas.com. Send it there and I'll go grab it. Let me know when you send it there. Just put attention, Andy. And there you have it. GameStop made that wick over there, but still big volume. And harp, still harping along. It got resistance. You can see when you're using a new high ticker, it'll show you your next level of resistance coming on right there by the red line. You can also see it, it just tagged it right there. Okay, let me go see if I can pull it up here. All right, I got it. All right, here we go. Coming up from 50 RSI. Let's take a look at what this is looking for. And there's your alert, which is percent up for the day. So you basically don't need it very much up on the day, just 0.1%. Window specific filters. Looks like price 1 to 300. Average true range less than $10. RSI between 50 and 56. That's the daily RSI. The 60-minute RSI between 40 and 60. The float looks like this was an optimized average daily volume 150,000. No volume parameters in there. Looks like you're probably going to get quite a few. And let me see. Let me just look at today and see how many. No, I guess those RSI keeps it within a certain range. All right. Hopefully you've already back tested it. So your parameters will be set in there. Let's take a look and see. Looks like between 9 all the way to the close, so 30 minutes after the market opens until the close. Looks like it's tomorrow plus 6 days. I will kind of raise an eyebrow when I see anything. Anytime I see more than like 3-4 days. And a couple of reasons I don't really like that is because first of all, remember you have to have an exit before it closes, so you will not get the last 6 days on here. Another thing too is I can kind of look at a chart like many people can and get an idea of where the stock may be. You know, the next. Obviously, we don't know it for sure. We wouldn't be working, but it's just hard to know where a stock is going to be. Plus, you're in a bull market. Obviously, you're going to get some great results for holding for 6 days versus a very choppy sideways or slash, maybe a little bearish market. You're going to get really hurt in something like this. But let's go ahead and run it and take a look. Let me look at the risk management here. Ooh, 38%. You're going to enable profit target. I don't blame you. I'd be taking 38% too. Advanced, 64 days. All right, let's simulate buy and take a look. And I'll get to your question in just a minute, Jim. All right, 2,600 trades. You only got about a 30% winner. Really great average winner to average loser. This is why I'm saying you don't have to have a big winning percentage. Profit factor of 1.97. Everything looks good. I think very much like the one I built. It's not quite as good as the one I built, but no, you're getting the benefit of a very good market, and probably why you see a pretty big drawdown right here. I probably can go back and pinpoint the spiders and show you the area where you got killed holding something for 6 days. Uh, you probably had a lot of losers, so that's a pretty big drawdown. I would rather have it sloping kind of like mine, was just a nice steady slope from lower left to upper right with not a lot of these valleys, big valleys. But let's try something. I'm just out of curiosity. I'm just going to save this, and I'm going to do it uh, for 3 days. And trust me, because I started out, I was doing 6, 7, 15 days, and really it's even better because when you do 3 days, you can actually you'll get more of your recent trades in there. All right, so let's just do that. Let's go ahead and back test it. And timed exit we'll do tomorrow. Let's do the same as mine just to keep tomorrow plus at the open plus 3 days. See if we can. Then we'll go in and we'll try to optimize it. See, and this is a lot of trades. Okay, I wouldn't want to auto trade something like this because you're talking about almost 3,000 trades in a 6-month period, so it's going to be hard to manage all that if you had to. A little bit better, 2.1 winning percentage. Holding it for just 3 days is 35% versus your 29%. Let's go in here and see if we can optimize. Just want to make sure you have. Doesn't look like you optimized. See, the first thing I would do, let's do time of day first, 30-minute interval. All right, I would definitely chop it off right here at 11:30. Okay, so the first thing I would do was put it back on summary, and I'd run it again at 11:30. Now we got it up to 2.25. Okay, and got sliced off of over 600 trades. Now we're going to optimize it based on price. Wait, what am I doing? We're going to go into the price and we'll put it on $5 intervals and see if we can see some stuff where it gets really good and really bad. Not seeing anything right there. I would probably chop it off. So you see how it turns red right here, and you got a series of trade. All that jumps up right here. This is pretty good. Yeah, not seeing too much of a benefit, but I am seeing definitely these first few trades right here. Okay, 27%, 32%. Profit factor is way lower than what we got, so I can see this is definitely hurting our results. So we'll go in here and we'll start it at $10. And I am going to go ahead and put a max on this, because it really starts to get sloppy after this $90. So we're going to max out at $90, and not only that, we're going to slice off a bunch of trades. Although we're slicing off some higher dollar values, so that may hurt our average winner, but we'll see. Let's back test again. Okay, look at there. We got it up to 2.37 just on backtesting or optimizing time and price, which are the two most important. Those are not going to, you're not doing any type of curve fitting there, I don't believe. There's just two basic parameters where you're going in and you're just optimizing based on price and time. It's pretty simple. And like I said, you're not kind of creating your own good profit factor or a good strategy here. But let's go ahead and do that one. Let's try the SPYs, the one that I optimized on, and see if there's any advantage to doing that. What was that? Time of day? No, it's okay. Okay, we'll go SPY change today. See if there's any. Yeah, look at there. Look at this right here. See that? That tells me right there that this strategy does not work very well when this, when the market's way up on the day. Works good starting about right here. Let me put this on 0.25 just to get it a little bit tighter. And okay, so we're going to set this as the minimum. And we are going to come down here and we're going to saw it off right here at 1.24. So basically you got a nice little chunk there. The SPYs can be down 1.5 or they can be all the way up to 1.5. So I'm sorry, 1.25. Let's try it again. Yes, Jim, they will. They will. So look at here. We got it almost up to 50%. Okay, we got a total trades down below 1,000. You could probably come in here and maybe do one more optimization. I think this is pretty good as it sits. Since you're telling me you don't really auto trade, you definitely want to get some ideas coming through your alert each day. So this would definitely provide you with plenty. I can't trying to put the number to it for 7 or 8 a day, maybe 9 or 10. All right, so great average winner versus average loser. Once again, guys, when we're doing these bullish strategies, keep in mind, you need to know when to implement them, because if you're sitting here trying to run these in a very bearish tape, and the example I gave in the webinar yesterday, pulling up the SPYs, is when would you shut something like this down? Well, how about over here when you are you see some sort of break like this from all your moving averages, on some pretty decent volume coming in. Maybe you want to shut it down during that period. So maybe I would not turn this on once it breaks that level right there. And look at this, stay below that 10-period moving average, bounced up right here. I probably still would. I would kind of want it to like settle in. Maybe I cut that bad boy on about right there once you get a confirmation of this break of the 20, the 20 and the 30. But that all comes with practice. All right, so I'll share this back with you, Mick. Above score 65. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Above score 55, Mick. Let me see. Dawn of the Dead from. No, but I'll drop it in there. I'm not seeing that, Mike. Let me see. No, Mike, I don't see it, but I could be missing it. Using your score filter. Okay, we could try one more optimization. Then I got to get back in here and answer a few questions. Okay, so we're going to optimize on score. Where you at? Where you at? There it is. Yeah, look at there. You could, well, you're not chopping off that many trades, but you could start it right at 55. 65, no, 60 is actually pretty good. I would start it at probably 65 or 60. We'll just set it right here, set a minimum of that. And we'll try running it one more time, see what we got. Jim, regarding your overhead resistance, it's going to show you the next level of resistance when you're using a new high alert or a new high filtered alert. So as long as you're using those two, it's going to show you. It's not going to show you in a top list. It's not going to show you if you're using any other alert but the new high. So just remember, you gotta use the new high alert. So yeah, that got better. They got better using that score filter. So what I'll do is I'll save this and share it, so you'll have access to the new and improved configuration here. I'm just going to put 50 RSI, and there you go. Yeah, I'm thinking probably Barry put some sort of safeguard on here to prevent people from coming in and putting in cloud links and spamming and things like that. That would make sense to me. All right, let me see if I got to get only got about 7 or 8 more minutes. I want to make sure I get all the questions answered here. All right, Mick, great. You're welcome. Okay, Jim had asked earlier, does TI have the automated tool to draw next 2 levels of overhead? No, definitely not next 2 levels. This is why I like my Extreme Master Blaster, okay, and my Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, okay. It shows you, because I'm using a new high filter, it's going to always show you the next level of resistance by that red line. We call that the red resistance line. And it will move. If it takes out this one right here, okay, it will go up here. If, in other words, if it prints a new high above this resistance, the next time you see it, it will be right here. It's a nice feature. I tell you what I love about it. If you're only looking about 4 or 5 months worth of data on your daily chart, and there is your next resistance is 2 years ago, it will actually show you on your chart. So that's nice. It's nice, but once again, you have to be using a new high alert. Okay, Javed asks, can I have to set risk management target on standard monthly subscription instead of premium subscription? If you're talking about B+, yes, you can. You cannot do the back testing. The unlimited back testing is only available for the premium. Okay, so if you want to back test a strategy like I just did, you're going to have premium. If you just want to use Brokerage Plus, I believe you can build your strategies in here. Geez, you know what? You may need premium for that too. Well, let me put it this way: if you're going to be working and building a strategy, I think you can just come in here and set your, your like buy 100 shares parameter, and you can set your trading strategy based on that. In other words, your risk management, your stop loss target. But I don't believe you're going to be able to upload strategies. And besides, you're going to want to back test. If you're going to upload your own strategies, you're going to want to back test them. So I think you have access to the simple, strategies like buy 100 shares or sell 100 shares. You can trade from the charts on standard, but you're not. I don't think you're going to be able to upload strategies and do all that creative stuff that we were just doing with your back testing. All right, let me see if I missed anything else. Hope that answers your question, Javed. Javid, however you pronounce that. I'm sorry. I've been known to butcher names. Let's see. Where does a backtester tell me most consecutive winning and losing trades? Yes, Jim, you can find it right. Let's see if I still have that. Did I close that out? I don't know. No, there it is. Okay. See right here, biggest winning day. One made almost 5,000 on this date right here, and biggest losing day. Now you can also go to your daily here, and you can see the days that were up and the days that were down. Okay, and what the place I like the best is the calendar. The calendar, you can go in here because of you can go in here and you say, wow, look at this date right here. 39 out of 42 winners. Something was happening good on this day. And you can click on it and you can see you can span these columns if you need to. See your entry time, your exit time. And not only that, you can click on you can click on one of these and it will show you in the chart where it bought and sold. So you can see right here on the chart, there was your entry on this day, there was your stop, and look at that beautiful trade there. So go to the calendar, click on one of the dates, and not only that, by looking at these, you can, a lot of times you can find ways you can tweak your configuration to even do better. So great little feature. All right, got about 2 or 3 more minutes. Let's see. How is the trading view for trading? I'm not that familiar with trading view. Let's see. Jim says, my thought was to begin trading successfully backtesting model after it has had its max number of losses or close to it. I'm not sure what you're meaning there. You're welcome, Debbie. Thank you. My thought was to begin trading a successful backtesting model after it has its max number of losses or close to it. So basically start after the day that was the worst, so you missed that worst day. Jim, is that the idea? You're welcome, Mike. I mean, I've played around. I've spent a lot of time with some of these strategies, like the one I just showed you, and plugging them in. This is what's great thing about our paper trader. You can plug them in and turn them on, and then kind of manage them. You're like managing a hedge fund, because you look over there. Sometimes you're gonna have like 20 positions. Uh, I've always been a discretionary trader, so I think my exits are going to be better than what the automation is going to give me. So I kind of like it as a gray box. In other words, maybe get me into the trade and I manage it from there. Or like many people do and most people do, they just use it as a filter. I can come in here and look at this uh, alert coming through. I can look on this chart and say, wow, this thing was recently at a 3-month high or close to it, has pulled back nicely to the 20 period moving average. Not only that, I got support right here. So this is something that I would like to take on my own. But just me personally, I can see why somebody would let the robot get them in it. But let's see, we've got another one right here. Look at the wing. No, this is not wing. It's WMG. Not really doing much on the daily chart though. That's for sure. Looks like a new issue. Warner Music Group. Schwab, we saw Morgan Stanley coming through earlier. Now we got Schwab coming through, hitting the 20. There's Ameritrade. See, these brokers, they all kind of follow each other. Most stocks in every sector, it seems like they do this more and more often as everything has gone to so much algo trading. Let me see. All right, looks like Barry is at it, guys. So I am going to sign off. You guys have a great weekend. I hope you enjoyed the session today. I hope some of you guys learned something. Have a great weekend. I'm going to send you back over to Barry for the closing few hours here, and we'll talk to you guys next week. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back, and now it is time for me to do my video. Okay, so let's see what's happening. So, okay, I'm going to do my video now. So that should take me to about 125, no later than. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute in YouTube and the room. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, what are you doing? Leeway. Okay, Lifeway Foods now. Through, no, that's, sorry, that's the 200 weekly. Boy, another one just shorting the tops here, but taking advantage of both ways, really. You know, taking advantage both ways of these sort of alerts. You know, these are going to run, and then they're going to run out of steam. And if you can short them, if you have shorts available, so you can profit both ways. Just waiting on this one to see if it really moves. Low float. Just happens to be low float. I don't know. It must be you, Ozzy. I mean, I haven't made any changes to my settings. I think I'm talking. Maybe I'm talking a little more subdued. No, but I don't think so. All right. So taking a look at okay, what is QFin doing? Oh boy, that's not a bad alert. You know, this one I probably didn't move. Yeah, I didn't think it. I didn't think it was going to move. Um, One of the reasons is that, you know, yesterday's high, it is poked above it, but not by much. So that kind of stalled it. Yesterday's high kind of stalled it. QFin from here at 11:55. I mean, I really haven't been able to pay attention to my watch list at all. So 11:55, what did it get to? Oh, sorry, 14:16. Not bad. Got up to 14:44. Now this one, yeah, I don't think, probably not too many people could have shorted KTOV. The reason why is that this is a reverse split effective today. Typically, not many brokers will allow you to short the day of a reverse split. HHT, okay, let's take a look. HHT, what is it, a penny? Not quite. Where are they out of? Sounds like they should be out of, oops. Oh, they're in New York. Okay, there you go. Shouldn't assume anything then, just based on the name of the company. But, well, they are in China. Okay, but somehow they're founded and based in New York. But okay, basically a China company though. It is shortable. Again, somebody asked yesterday about shorting stocks under $1 if it was an SEC rule, and we absolutely verified. Of course, it is not, and IB actually allows shorts. Doesn't matter what the price is. Actually, getting interesting in shorting this leeway, guys. LWAY. Longer it doesn't move off here, takes out this. It's very not a lot of volume. I mean, it doesn't trade very much. You can tell 330,000. That represents 11.6 times normal. So this does not trade very much. Acre. Wow. Look at Acre on the way down also. 20% drop. Really could not have predicted that. I mean, didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Just going to bracket my price alerts here for leeway. I know it's Lifeway. Yeah, again, guys, I mean, both sides. I mean, that's a great move. 512 up to 573 and then opportunity to short it. You can see, you know, again, I know this is not maybe, but look at that. I mean, there's the chance. I mean, right there on a 15-minute. I mean, it poked and then it just, you know, would not take out the top and drop from there. Okay, just a minute. On that particular one, it was a 15-minute time frame. On that particular one, I've got both 5 and 15, but on that particular one, it was a 15-minute time frame. Really, the volume is low. I've not changed anything. Not changed anything, Mike or Ozzy. So I'm not sure why the volume is low. You guys are finding it low in the YouTube feed. I really haven't changed anything. Well, sure. I mean, that's what we're concentrating on. I mean, all these ones that are popping up high and then kind of fading them. All right, so Cat B. Now, what's looking left on that monthly chart? 773. Now, that could be a stumbling block, and this is definitely lots of resistance for the Cat B, probably. So, I mean, again, this becomes a bit of a candidate. You know, oh, I'm sorry. Somebody asked a long time ago. Yes, it's 200. I'm using in the IB charts. I am using 200 and actually I've got 21. But I have not been getting the breakup of the channels like before. I'm using 21 and 2. Okay, I am using 21 and 2. Okay, but I don't seem to be getting the breakup in the channels like I was before. Or in the channel. All right. Well, I'm kind of watching, this leeway to see if it really takes this out. It's just not a lot of volume. I probably should just forget about it. You know, it's just not a lot of volume. I'm actually more interested in a short. Well, we're getting some stocks that are really starting to capitulate here. Remember the PEIX was a big runner. All right, Leeway, are you going to do it? LWAY, are you going to do it? You just get that volume. I'd like to see a big volume sell burst. No, I don't. I don't only short stock. I mean, it appears that way right now, but no, not at all. So funny because usually it's the reverse. Don't you ever short stocks? Yeah, so our mill, we do have, if you're a premium subscriber, we do have here new and where are you? Premium RBI and GBIs, okay? I don't use them. You can try them. I don't use them because I don't feel I can put enough filters in place. You know, you can put a volume filter, you can put a price filter, and that's kind of about it, okay? But in order to scan, no. In general, no. When we're seeing them, it's just because, you know, we've clicked on an alert and we happen to notice that there's an RBI or GBI. Well, I mean, right now I'm looking at stocks that are, you know, had big moves, and I'm you know, again, this is unfair because I'm keeping an eye on this channel, and it's within Interactive Brokers, okay, and I know I'm just keeping an eye on it, and I'm seeing if a stock pops close to the upper end, then I start to get interested in a potential short. But you know, that's part of Interactive Brokers. It's not trade ideas. However, I'm just going to look at you see, I'm going to give you guys this one. This is something that Michael Nostra created because we're looking at standard deviation channels. We don't have it within trade ideas, but we do have linear regression alerts. Now I have, what is this one doing now? Yeah, I mean, this came early at 622. It's down to 603. So these are potential. In fact, I have to add the time here. These are potential shorts now. Okay, I mean, it's not Nothing is 100%, of course, but I will share this with you. Just a minute, please. So what this is looking for, I mean, these are, now I added one. I added the 5 minute, and it originally just had the 15. I added this. So this is like a downtrend. You can take a look. You know, you can click on this and click on help. Where are you? Help. Click on help, and you can see what it's looking for, the explanation. Okay. And I have to say that what happened is I made a change, so I'm only seeing the last one, but the ones before that, they all worked. Now we can reverse that. And I can duplicate the window. And then I can reverse it. Configure, sorry, I'm going to flip it. Okay, and now I'm going to go regression long and see what happens, see what sort of alerts we get. Because I know people, a lot of you don't want a short. I'm just going to see. I have no idea what I'm going to get. So again, what this is looking for now is a bounce back. And that's for Mankind, MNKD. Meanwhile, AMTX just continues to move down here. Yeah, I mean, you can sort of see. I mean, Real was talking about 769. So if you'd look left, you can just see, looking left on a weekly chart, it's not 769, but it's what, 773, very close. You know, these are all little areas where a stock can stumble. And right here is huge area, $8, just around $8. Are you talking about? It's not in the shared links. No, I mean I can pop it in here for you. I think that's the link, and then you can just flip it. But you can make it yourself. I mean, you know, I just showed you how to. I mean, these are, you can make it yourself. The key thing is just to find the regression. You know, just search and type in linear, and here they are. You can pick the time frames you want. And then after that, add the price range you want, and you know, maybe a minimum volume that you want. Things like that. Yeah, Pixie. So there's, you know, I mean, Pixie, there's finally a little bit of volume came in right there in the 15. You can see it. Not huge, but definitely, you know, a little bit more than the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, say 2.5 hours. So all of a sudden, a little bit of volume came in, and that started getting it on its way again for Pixie. You know, up until that point, look how the volume had completely flattened out. minute, please. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna have to put myself just a little bit on mute. Because I didn't really take a break to eat anything at lunch. I'm gonna have something right now. I'll just be about a minute. Okay. I continue to watch this leeway just in case. I know it's Lifeway. Just in case it wants to really capitulate here. So this CCXX is another one that is just touching the top of that channel on the 15-minute. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I'm being tugged here. I'm talking with Michael, and I'm just trying to hammer something out here. Sorry, I've been on mute. Sorry about that. So when you're talking about this, are you talking about it as a swing or are you talking about it as a intraday trade? You can see right there that there's the high. I mean, hey, you could take it out. Two, excuse me, a 2 day pullback has taken place and it's regaining. It may struggle to get through the high. Sorry, guys, these things that I eat with seeds in them, just. Okay, I'm hearing auto for some reason. Auto. Oh, on the way down. Well, technically, I don't know how it works, Ali, exactly. I mean, the brokers just they look to see how many. So you and me and everybody else who owns Apple, if I don't own Apple, but I mean everybody who owns Apple. So there's a huge inventory of Apple stock at virtually every broker. So they can. So if all of a sudden I come along and I want to short Apple, they lend it out to me. It's not me. It's not you. So I don't sure how to answer that question. I mean, if the broker has inventory of shorts, they lend them out. If they don't, they don't. And that's why sometimes you'll see, I'll say I have no shorts available because for whatever reason, they're just, and it doesn't necessarily mean obviously that in IB that nobody has bought the stock, but maybe they have to have a certain percentage. I really don't know. I don't analyze it that closely, to be honest. I remember for the longest time you couldn't short Tesla, as an example, and yet there had to be a lot of people who owned it. But that's a while ago. Okay, guys. Well, I may be flipping my script here on Leeway. No longer it holds this dollar. So if we get some volume, I'll probably go long. I mean, I've been thinking about a short, but if we get some volume coming in, I mean, it's just very, very low. But if we get, say, you get a volume bar like that for LWAY, probably all over it. I mean, it's. I don't think there's no real, there's no resist, kind of like that. There's no resistance really. Well, let's see how far back. I've got to go back to 2 years anyway, a little over 2 years ago, before we see these highs for LWAY. Oh yeah, I mean, if that is your question, you know, of course, yeah, margin account. I mean, that's the whole idea of margin accounts. Intraday margin accounts are great. They give you tremendous leverage if you want to take it. I'm not suggesting you take it all, but as long as you close your account at the end of the day, you're good to go. Close your positions by the end of the day. What time zone? What time zone, right? I mean, I don't see an alert at 10:31 Eastern time. Convert it to Eastern time for me. I do not see an alert at 10:31. Don't make me work in terms of conversion. Okay. It's just another, you'll notice that when you say does it make sense to you, are you wondering because it was alerted, the same symbol was alerted twice? I mean, it didn't work, but it was probably some kind of a pullback alert. You know, it was pulling back, HARP was pulling back, and they were maybe expecting that it would bounce from here. Obviously, it didn't do that. So what don't you understand exactly? It's a huge stop. It may be shorting setting up. I can't short Pixie. Somebody asked John. I can't short Pixie, so I don't know. It's possible. I mean, it's bouncing off the highs here, but that could be a red bar ignored. It could be set. I mean, you know, it's hard to know. I mean, look at the volume. The volume is really started to come in. You know, and traders are going to be looking at this high back here and saying, well, doesn't have to get right up there, but what if it gets close? But Pixie's not available for me to short. Excellent. Nice to hear that, Ben. Look at Mizo. Boy, Mizo is is blasting higher here, guys. Look at this. Look at this move for Mizo. Volume coming in. What's the high? The high of a couple of days ago was 1872. I mean, that could stall it if it gets anywhere close. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that, Hill. I hate to hear that though. Getting got killed in the morning. Remember, always have a stop. Well, I gotta say that was one heck of a move from 30 odd cents, 33 cents up to 81 cents before, it really pulled back. Look at the volume, my goodness, for HJLI. You'd think this, I wonder if they're gonna do a reverse split. Still not 100% sure I understand how long have they been under a dollar? I thought it used to be 90 days or 60 days or 6 months under a dollar. You cannot, and then you have to do something. You cannot maintain a NASDAQ listing. I may be completely wrong. This is kind of what I remember. Yeah, I mean, look at Pixie. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, that's an amazing move. I honestly thought this was dead because, I mean, that's a big, big pullback with really, I don't know, sketchy news. If there is really any news, this is a tremendous move. Well, that is in theory is kind of what these are a little bit, that had the big moves and then later on in the day as they've rested, maybe make new. Now Pixie is not on this list. I didn't have it on. Well, no, that's not true. It's not on the list because it's not firing because yeah, it would be on this list, but it has to take out the high. So that's 623. Listen, I mean, if it takes out that high, anything could happen. Yeah, we don't talk about how many shares or how much you made. So Ray knows not to answer that question. That's okay. It's okay. Good grief, what happened with a mag? Look at this. I didn't see this one at all. I'm seeing it now. Look at the volume that came in. Oh, it's only 195,000 shares this trade. That's about half the volume in the day. And it just spiked up and just dropped. What's the spread like? The spread isn't even terrible now anyway. What happened to Kelly? You mean Kelly at Trade Ideas? Which Kelly are you referring to? Is it possible for a trade? Oh, Kelly B. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that's a crazy one. We got halted a few times, didn't it? I don't even pay attention to it anymore. Is it possible for a trade not to register on the chart? Are you talking about trading from within Brokerage Plus. I think it's almost impossible. I mean, once you take a trade, so I'll take a couple hundred shares, I'll buy it. Connected. Okay, so again, I'm not sure, Mustafa. I mean, I'm just looking. So I just, took that in the simulator. So there's a little buy flag right there. Oh, I see. Well, I can't speak for, I can't speak for Thinkorswim. I can't think, I can't speak for that. No idea. Really? I could have sworn, just a second here. I could have sworn. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I cannot answer that. Obviously, I've never had Thinkorswim, and I know there's been weird stuff happening with Thinkorswim. So, of course, I just can't comment on that, why it wouldn't show up in a Thinkorswim chart. Well, my goodness, look at Apron. Look at the volume that just came into Apron. So, I mean, this was, in theory, a short here. No. So, just because you get the alert, of course, as you know, you don't just hop into it. But now, well, definitely got a short bias on this Apron right now. Only, Hal, only if I were down in the trade. You know, if I were up a couple of pennies, I wouldn't get out of boredom. I'm just answering somebody in the YouTube feed. And that really hasn't changed. I don't get out of, if I'm up in a trade, even if it's, 2 or 3 cents, I won't get out of the trade completely. I might, no, not even, I won't probably even take anything off. But if I'm down a couple of pennies, yeah. And it's been a while, yes. Really keeping an eye on apron here to see if it has a big drop. There's a big topping tail right up there to 9. Well, I mean, I'm not going to go crazy on it, but I'm just looking to see how well it holds this underneath 9. That's all. I mean, it's, I mean, if it pops way through 9, then I could still take a look at a short later on, but I'm not looking to short it right now. Maybe it gets into the 70s again. I may take it. But again, I'm not suggesting anybody else do that. I'm just looking at these topping tail right at 9. Little wee one here, not a big one. All right, this little one. Oh man, SGRP, the Spar Group, another low float. What does it have left? 119, the next high looking left. Um, hmm. What's the volume? The volume pop here. Yeah, I can't comment. I mean, I don't know why Rig is doing what it's doing. I mean, it's been doing this for a while. I mean, somebody talked about it yesterday. I think somebody asked me yesterday about it. I have no insight into what's going on with Rig other than it looks like they're going out of business. Okay, William, Kelly just reached out to you, okay? I guess she must have. We're all swamped, to be honest. I mean, it's a nice reason, but we've got tons of people signing up, so it's a great reason to be swamped. But so she said she just reached out to you. Okay. I told her you weren't mad at her. Yeah, the problem I had with the lazy, I know you're talking about the lazy short. It's possible. The spread is still tough. I see a 16-cent spread. It was worse at some points. That's the issue I have with it. Not a lot of volume. I mean, it's 12 times normal, which on the surface looks great, but it's only 318,000 shares. To me, it's just a little too. For me, it's just a little too risky. It needs a lot more volume. All right, guys, I have to change my headset. Just a second, please. All right, back, guys. Oh, well, welcome, Ethan. New and willing to learn. Well, you might be in the right spot. A lot of good traders in this room. I don't know if you have trade ideas, the program itself. Yeah, well, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So, if you're new, are you new to trade ideas? Also, are you new to trade ideas? Okay, so this is what I suggest. I'm going to give you a link. Okay, well, there's my home page, and if you click on that link, one of the links here is education. If you click here, and 20 lessons in 20 days, I recommend that you take a look at them. Okay, You can do them, of course, at your own speed. But I really think they'll be helpful. They go over some of the very basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window, etc., etc. Okay? So I would really, really suggest you do that. That'll probably help you a lot. There we go. We have a ringing endorsement from John. All right, guys. Well, just as I was doing all that, I was all set to take my short on apron, and then it just popped on me. So let's just see if it comes back down. I thought that might have been it. Got down to 871. I was just as I was changing my headset. Longtime trader, TI subscriber. Hello, Patrick. In the YouTube feed. Well, let me stick another alert down here. Meanwhile, see, I know you guys, some of you guys shorted this one before, but boy, what a great move for CATB. Again, you would think. Let's see, what's this right there? Is 773 is the high right there a couple of months ago. That might not stall it, but you would really think, well, that's quite a bit away. 824. Yeah, Chris, I don't have any favorites in there. I don't. They're more swings, I suppose. I've got all the. Excuse me, I've got the scans that I kind of like. They're just different trading styles. So the answer is no. I don't have any favorites in the vault, and that's not to denigrate the vault at all, of course. $221. What a week this has been for me. Kind of changing my whole philosophy of trading. So, Chris, were you the one having trouble getting into the trading room before? Because I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. It's kind of like my own vault, shall we say? Problem is, I can't share them in the YouTube feed. The link doesn't work. Meanwhile, what is the SPY doing? How's the SPY going to end this week? There's the all-time high. That was a couple of days ago, 339.63, so it's very close. SPY had a nice recovery yesterday, actually. Well, Apron doesn't look like it really wants to. Yeah, there is some volume, but I still want to see it break down through 6. What sort of volume are we getting in this Apron? Well, we had a big volume. That caused it to pop. And we're still getting decent volume. What we want to see is a big orange, big orange bar. Like that, except a lot bigger. If we're looking to short. Excellent. Thank you, William. Yeah, you're not in the yeah, but that's the YouTube room. I think you're. If are you not the one that had the problems last week, or or maybe it was another Chris? This is this trading room right here that I display from time to time. This is the other trading room, okay? A lot more activity, a lot more traders in it. I can share my, I've got my scans tab here. And I've got the, my folder. I just can't share these I could do it one at a time. I'm just not going to do it one at a time. I'm sorry. It's just too tedious. Well, watch out, Blue Apron. It might pop right through 9. Let's see. And still has these little topping tails there. No, Chris. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the link right here. See, it's right there. Right there. There's the link to the trading room. Well, there are two. I mean, I have a YouTube feed, and I have what I call the robust trading room, okay? YouTube is fine if you just want to hear me, want to see my screen. There's some interaction among traders, not a lot. But it's difficult for me to give you guys links in the YouTube feed. This one, okay, where you guys are. Whereas if you come into and I just put the link in, then you'll be in here, and then I can, you click on Scans tab. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. Click on the Room Drive, scans that I share, download. Things like that. Okay, guys. Well, obviously, Blue Apron just accelerated right through 9. So far, well, it should. Yeah, it's an email and a password, and then that's it. Just one time. Yeah. Yeah. Sign up. first name, give us an email, sign up, and you're in. Look, it's up to you. You want to stay in the YouTube feed, that's fine. But it's just that I cannot give you the links. Well, you see, that was a philosophical thing here. I mean, we used to have a lot more problems in this room, okay? You know, remember when I used to have to constantly say, if you can't see things, you have to go to your Chrome, you use Chrome as your browser, turn off the accelerator, on and on and on and on. In the new way I'm streaming into this room now, I'm streaming, believe it or not, I'm streaming using a program called OBS, and so that's got rid of all that. But, you know, there are people that think, well, it's a lot easier. I mean, YouTube, obviously, I mean, let's face it, if I could do all the things I'm doing here in the YouTube feed, we'd all be in YouTube. Can't do it. If you don't see the options, then they're not there. Okay? Stay downtown. If you don't see the advanced exits options, then there, you see, Chris? How hard was that? So now you can have all the scans. Click on the scans tab. Here they are. You know, pick and choose, or probably easier, click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share, download. And then it'll go to a Word document. You can pick and choose whatever scans you might like. Brokerage Plus. Okay, let me. All right, I'm going to copy this post and see if Michael has an answer for that. I don't have the answer for that. Hi. Just a moment, please. Well, it's just because I haven't turned them on. Joanne, I could turn them all on. I'm not auto trading anything though. Okay, but I could turn them all on. You know, I didn't even know. I'm sorry, and Holly. Now I could turn them all on if I wanted to, but I'm not. I'm not auto trading. So, but yeah, you just enable. Now they're all on. But I don't auto trade these. Okay, so here's your answer, Michael. Or Michael. That's what I thought, but that's what I said. If you don't see it, then it's not. But this is the response. No advanced excess in B plus right now. Okay, normal dollar trailing stop only. Thank you, Michael. If you can hear me. Yeah, you can access from the toolbar, File New, and then My Windows. I'm sorry, from the channel bar, and then My Watch List. Okay, I'm not sharing this in terms of showing the alerts and or the filters, etc. This is my watch list. It's my channel. You want to see these? You click on my channel. Okay. I'll go over how I construct it every day, but as far as the nitty gritty goes, no. Oh, I haven't been on StockTwit for a long time. You're talking about StockTwits? I haven't been on for a long, long time, so I can't answer that. Sorry. Sorry to hear that though, that you sold for a big loss. Again, you know, I always sort of cringe when we hear that because I mean, you're not trying to dump on you, but obviously you didn't have a stop loss. Please, you guys, need to have a stop loss, guys. You can't just think that every trade you're going to get into is going to work. Yeah, no, I know it's hard, and because you think, how can it keep going down like this? It'll stop and it'll reverse, and if I get out now, I know it's going to reverse, and all these games you play in your head. Well, I mean, he can say what he wants. You know, I just always prescribe to the theory that you should have a stop loss, and it's all and I will continue to do that. Oh, I see what you're saying. The pros. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Well, first of all, you're talking. I'm not talking about. I don't put manual. I don't put manual or auto stops in. I think that's what he's talking about. I mean, if I'm in a trade, I'm not in so many trades at the same time that I can't follow it very closely. If I were in 10 trades at the same time, okay, maybe. But he's talking about, yes, an auto stop. Yeah, that's always been the rumor that they seek out your stops and take you out, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm talking about, you're watching the trade and you've got a mental stop in place that you absolutely adhere to. Yeah, but whether they seek them out or not, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm talking about a mental stop loss, okay? So if I got into this one here and I'm saying, okay, if it breaks down below that 15-minute candle, 1954, I'm out. So I watch it. I could, within trade ideas, I can put like a price alert, say at 1960 to alert me that it's getting closer. Now, is it going to help me if the stock just powers right through? No, but even if you had an auto stop, you may not get out of everything. So, I mean, you can easily use price alerts to let you know that your stop is getting close. No, level 2 data is not available within Trade Ideas. We get that question a lot. It's with your broker. Yeah, every broker has, if you want it, some form of level 2. Real, why don't you give your opinion of level 2? Well, you can say it in a polite way. And listen, if you can use level two and it works to your advantage, fantastic. I'm not gonna sit here and say you shouldn't use level two. Do I use level two? No, but you know what? If you use level two and you can and it works to your advantage, by all means, keep doing it. I use time in sales. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the bid size or anything like that. I'm just looking at time and sales. I see. So I'm not, unless you really want to say that's level two. No, but I think people are really well, okay, my interpretation of what people want to see with level two is how are the bid and ask stacking up, the size, okay? And I don't even look at that. Xanadu, have a good weekend. Yeah, I mean, look, we want to get into the philosophical end of it. Yes, I mean, the theory is that they can put in a big buy order to get people thinking that, oh man, okay, look at this, look at that huge buy order, and then they yank it, once people get in, or a big sell order. I mean, I don't want to get into it really in that much detail, but that is kind of the theory. So you can't trust it. Yeah, John, CRK. Just watching how what is it doing right now? Good volume. Okay, good volume. I just find that it gets too confusing. But that's just me. I mean, again, you want to use level two, and if it works for you, fantastic. But I just find it way too confusing. I have enough other things going on. Okay, guys. Wow, 2:43. What a week. So I'm going to be shutting the room down at 3. just going to leave the one link. Okay, so again, in my home page, a lot of good links in my home page. Just click on that, Barry's home page. And obviously right there, there's a promo that if you do want to take out a trade subscription, get trade ideas, but also a link to the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. My daily recap. We have the webinars Monday to Thursday that you can sign up for. If you click on that link right there, a few other links to get through. You have the 20 lessons in 20 days. And right here, the daily webinars. Sign up for them right here, all free. And take advantage of Trade Ideas Education. Again, there's the 20 lessons in 20 days. Sort of duplication. Education videos. If you go down here, you'll see some more educational videos. Okay, so lots of good stuff in that link. No APIs. No, we don't allow that. We used to have a way, but no, not anymore. Yeah, somebody asked me about, and I forgot to answer. This was something I read this morning about home builders, and how the market now for suburbia is starting to really get hot because people, with the pandemic and all, wanting to kind of flee the congestion of cities. And so that was the remark. And somebody asked me, is it any specific city? They didn't go into any specific city. It just seemed to be, any major city probably. Okay, I wasn't. The article did not absolutely say like specifically a city, but I can't see why it wouldn't be any would be that much different for any major city. But yeah, I didn't see that it said actually New York City, but boy, that's ugly though. I have to admit that's an ugly, ugly daily chart for poor old Rig. Weekly chart too. No, you cannot toggle back and forth. You can only be in one version at a time, okay? But as long as you save everything to the cloud, your layouts to the cloud, individual windows to the cloud, then when you go to either the web-based version, or you may have a laptop or a tablet or other devices. So the bottom line is this: is you can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time, and one, I suppose we'll call it one type of Trade Ideas open at a time. So you can't have the web version and the app open at the same time. But easy enough, if you go to the web-based version, then you just go File and then Load from Cloud. Okay, just go File, Load from Cloud, and then as long as you've saved, here's your window here as an example. You can log in two different computers, but just not at the same time, if that's what you mean. But remember, so if you have, just save everything to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save, so it's in the cloud. Save your layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Give your layout a name and save it. So now, no, you can't. As I say, you can't. Well, now you go down on this. Look at this apron. Look at the drop now. So it's just a little bit late. Or early, I suppose, looking at it. So no, you can only have, you can't, you can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. So if you save everything to the cloud, your layouts to the cloud, your windows to the cloud, then when you open up, open Trade Ideas on another device, it's just simple. Just file, load from cloud, you know, and then everything will be in here. There's no mobile app if that's what you're talking about. No. Yeah, I've been to Nashville a couple of times. Great city. During the Americana Music Fest. Okay, you got me beat, John. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, certainly by Friday afternoon, I'm whipped. Yes. I feel like I run a marathon every week. Start off pretty fresh, but then at the last couple hours, I sort of sprint to the end, and then that's it. But I'm definitely going to have to revamp my windows for Monday. I have to get rid of some. Just too many things I'm trying to do right now. Hello, Sheila. You are coming in very late, but welcome. Well, it depends what you mean by scanning for the 50 SMA. First of all, let's see if we've got it. I'm pretty sure we do have the 50 SMA, but let me just... Okay, so for instance, when you say... Okay, so let's try to figure out what you mean exactly. You're talking about crosses. You see, we don't... This is what we have on... Okay, see, this is all we've got. I don't think we have the 50. No, we don't have the 50. So here are the crosses. I mean, you can type in SMA. Oh, so you've already checked. Yeah, we don't have it. So you can't. So in other words, you can't do it. If it's not here, then you can't do it. Sorry. No, no, it doesn't work like that. Sorry about that, but we just don't have it, and no, you can't order it as such, no. Well, if you don't see it here, then it's not here. I don't think so. 20 and 50, I would almost guarantee 50 is not there. But if you don't see it here, just a tip, not just for you guys, but for anybody else, if you're ever wondering what we might have, all you have to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure and search. So I'm getting these SMA questions, okay? So this is what we've got. So we do have 20, but I don't think we have 50. You know, but this is it for 20 as an example. You know, the 5 crossing above the 8 or below on the 20, that's it. Well, as I say, if you don't see it here, then we don't have it. So this is these are period. These are not price crossing. If that's what you're talking about, no, we don't have price crossing intraday for the SMAs. These are SMA crosses. So we do not have price crosses for SMAs intraday. Well, anything, yes, but second. So, you know, we've got the cross above or below the 50-day moving average as an example. And that's an alert. Or well, we've got the 200. I mean, I'm showing you right here. We have the 20, 50, and 200 crosses on the daily. Real time. Okay, these are alerts. As a filter, so if you wanted to, you could, if you wanted to, for instance, see all stocks that are below the 50-day or above the 50-day or close to the 50-day, you could do that using these filters. Here we have the 50, 200, 20, and I think we even have the 8, 10, and 8 as an example. So for instance, if you were interested in seeing stocks near the 50-day, just as an example, so I've got this one. This is a topless window. Okay, now this says the 200-day, but I mean this, you could obviously just switch it out. But this is what you would do. Okay, so the change from the 200-day, you would put, say, -1 in the min, +1 in the max. I mean, you could put whatever number you want, but it's just important to put the -1 in the min, or the minus number in the min, and the positive number in the max. So that's going to show you all stocks that are within 1% on either side of the 200-day, as an example. Of course, you can change that to the 50. You know, just find the 50 to do the same thing, if that's of any interest to you. I mean, if it's of interest to you, then I can give you this and then you can play around with it. Yeah, but so, I mean, it might be interesting to see stocks that are very close to the 200-day, right? but it doesn't matter as long as it's close. I mean, what difference does it make if it's I see what you're saying, but I mean, look, a daily break on the, a daily break on the 200-day moving average can be very powerful intraday too. That could mean a lot of things, but it's up to you. I mean, we're always looking at the 200-day moving average to see on an intraday trade, is it coming close? Could it block it? Or is it, from below, or is it approaching it from above? And that is certainly, all about intraday trading. Wow, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Nice volume that just came into this CRDF. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So, and that's kind of at a little bit of consolidation too. Maybe a slight rise in the 5-minute, but it's not quite on the 15. But yeah, great volume. This could turn into an interesting swing. It finally did take out yesterday's high. Oh, Daniela, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I don't know what to say. Well, everybody, listen, it's been a long week, great week well, it's been an interesting week. I know what you're thinking. It wasn't a great week for you, and I'm going to do some revamping of my windows over the weekend. So that is it. I hope everybody has a great weekend. I'm going to shut the room down now. And again, I hope everybody has a great weekend, and we'll see you 9 o'clock Monday morning. Bye-bye.